Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing Sherlock Holmes mysteries to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a mystery setting you dream of, a story taking you to perhaps the fog-shrouded streets of Victorian London, a country manor with secrets in every shadow, a quiet library where clues hide among dusty volumes, or a candlelit study at 221 B. Baker Street, where the fire crackles and rain taps the windows. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, take a slow, quiet breath and let the day's events become as transparent as glass. You are entering the crystal atrium, a hall made of polished crystals and mirrors within the Timeless Tales Library. This is a place of reflection, where every story is a clear, shimmering facet of a beautiful, peaceful truth. Light filters through the crystalline walls, painting the room in soft, calming colors. Feel your body become as still and clear as a calm pool of water. Sink deeper into the secure foundation of your bed. The crystal atrium is a sanctuary where you can reflect on the quiet peace within yourself. Your body is a vessel for peace, and your mind is an empty canvas ready for the gentle stories of the atrium. Let your inner calm become a brilliant light that fills your entire being.
Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of the Baskerville Hound. The evening had settled in with a profound velvet silence over 201B Baker Street. Outside, the London night hummed a low, distant song, a sound so constant and subdued it served only as a soft blanket for the quiet within. Inside the familiar lodgings, the fire in the grate whispered gently, a small ruby heart beating steadily in the deep twilight of the room. A soft, warm scent of pipe tobacco lingered in the air, a comforting woody aroma that seemed to hold all the day's anxieties at bay. Dr. John Watson sat in his favourite armchair, its worn leather a familiar embrace, watching the familiar silhouette of his friend Sherlock Holmes. He was reclined, not in his usual state of restless energy, but in a profound, almost contemplative repose. His long, slender fingers were tented beneath his chin, his eyes closed, his breathing even and deep. The case they had just set aside, or rather that had settled itself upon them, was one of those perplexing, fog-laden mysteries that seemed to bloom only in the quiet corners of the English countryside. It was the case of the Baskerville Hound. The listener understands that the name itself might conjure images of wild chases and harsh conflict. But tonight, in this telling, the sharper edges of the memory will be allowed to blur, replacing them with a pervasive, soft stillness. Tonight, this mystery is not a chase, but a slow, meandering drift into the deepest parts of the night where fear softens into wonder and the strange becomes serenely beautiful. The case had begun, as many do, with an old manuscript, a history of the Baskerville family, a story of a curse and a beast that haunted the Grimpen mire. But as Holmes and Watson discussed the ancient parchment this evening, the firelight softened the ink, making the letters appear like the gentle tracery of frost on a window pane. The curse, when read in the quiet comfort of Baker Street, felt less like a threat and more like a long, sad folk song sung by the wind over the desolate moors. Their client, the good Dr. Mortimer, had spoken of the family's heir, Sir Henry Baskerville, and the fear that followed him to Devonshire. He had brought with him a great heavy walking stick, which Holmes had examined with his usual meticulousness. But tonight, that stick is not a clue to a dark plot. It is merely a stout piece of wood, worn smooth by many quiet country walks, its texture a comforting memory of the solid earth beneath one's feet. Holmes's gentle analysis, delivered in a low murmur before the fire, had focused on the depth of the carving, the smooth patina of age, the silent journey of the object, a peaceful, calming exercise in minute observation. The world felt contained and understood within the warm glow of their gas lamp, and so it was decided. Watson would go down to Baskerville Hall to observe and to keep watch. As he packed his small satchel for the journey, the thought of leaving London did not bring agitation, but a sense of profound release. He imagined the train journey, not a rapid, clattering rush, but a slow, rhythmic rocking, the gentle sway of the carriage a cradle to restless thoughts. The windows would be dark, reflecting his own quiet face back at him, the landscape outside a blurred, soothing streak of deepest indigo. The next morning, the journey itself was a meditation. He recalled the soft, insistent thrum of the wheels on the tracks, a rhythmic pulse that spoke of steady movement and safety. The carriage was warm, cloaked in that beautiful aged scent of plush velvet and polished wood. He looked out upon the passing fields, a patchwork quilt of greens and browns, each detail too fleeting to grasp, perfect for letting the mind simply rest. The little stone walls, the grazing sheep, the occasional puff of white smoke from a distant chimney, all of it flowed by like a slow, peaceful dream. The sun, a pale, diffused orb behind a high haze, cast a sleepy golden light over everything. Even the distant winding rivers looked like silver ribbons laid out for a slow, gentle sleep. As the train bore him further west, the air seemed to grow softer, cleaner, infused with the damp, earthy scent of the rolling hills. Eventually, the familiar hustle of the world was left behind entirely, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to soak into the very bones. This silence was not empty. It was filled with the low, constant murmur of the natural world, the distant sound of water flowing over stones, the gentle rustle of dry bracken in a mild breeze, the lowing of cattle, all woven into a perfect natural symphony of rest. Watson's arrival at Devonshire was bathed in the most gentle, diffuse light. The sun was low, cloaked by a high, thin veil of cloud, casting the world in a perpetual tender twilight. The air here was heavy with the ancient scent of the earth, a deep, nourishing aroma that promised solitude and peace. The light itself seemed thicker, slower, moving with the patient quality of a deep dream. The drive to Baskerville Hall was slow, the carriage wheels crunching softly on the gravel track. The driver, a kind, silent man, sat hunched over the reins, his form a still, unhurried silhouette. The road twisted and dipped, flanked by ancient whispering hedges, the air thick with the smell of wet moss and old earth. Occasionally a shaft of weak, filtered sunlight would pierce the clouds, illuminating a small patch of heather-covered ground, a tiny glowing moment quickly swallowed by the surrounding gentle gloom. They passed small, sleepy villages where the chimneys smoked with a lazy vertical plume, and the few windows they saw held a warm, inviting interior light. Baskerville Hall itself rose from the gloom, not as a menacing fortress, but as a grand, sleeping giant. Its grey stone walls were draped with ivy, a soft green blanket that muffled all sound. The immense windows were dark, their panes reflecting the dim sky like the calm surface of a deep, still pool. The whole structure was steeped in the quiet grandeur of age, a place where generations had lived and in their time found rest. The air around the hall felt especially still, as if the very stones were holding their breath in a deep, centuries-long slumber. Inside, the hall was a study in comfortable, expansive silence. The enormous rooms absorbed all sound, so that a footstep on the dark, polished wooden floor was a solitary, soft tap instantly swallowed by the high ceilings. The air was cool, carrying the faint, comforting scent of beeswax and old leather-bound books. The great hall they passed through was a cavern of quiet shadows, where the light from a solitary, distant lamp seemed to struggle to reach the far corners, creating a sense of cozy enclosure within the vast space. Watson met the butler and housekeeper, Mr. and Mrs. Barrymore. Their movements were slow, their voices low and hushed, as though they spent their lives preserving the hall's profound quiet. They moved like shadows through the twilight of the rooms, serving tea with a gentle clink of china, a sound that seemed to sparkle momentarily and then dissolve. Mr. Barrymore's face, usually associated with an air of severity, now seemed simply tired, etched with the deep, quiet contemplation that comes from living a solitary life in a vast, silent house. Mrs. Barrymore's sighs, when she moved about her duties, were soft and almost inaudible, like the gentle exhalation of the house itself. Sir Henry, the young baronet, was a man of open face and a kind, if somewhat bewildered, spirit. He seemed perfectly at home in the large, silent hall, moving through its vastness with an unhurried, gentle pace. They spoke in the great library, where the hundreds of books stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent, comforting army of knowledge and history. The lamps were lit low, casting pools of warm, butter-yellow light on the dark wood of the enormous table. Their conversation was a low murmur, easily overcome by the gentle sigh of the wind in the chimney. The atmosphere was one of shared quiet, a sense of two men simply resting in the presence of a great silent mystery. They spoke less of the hound and more of the quiet beauty of the moor, finding a mutual, unspoken agreement to let the terrifying parts of the tale remain distant, muffled, and unimportant. Watson's task, he reminded himself, was simply to observe, to be a quiet, watchful presence. And so, he settled into the profound quiet of the hall. His own room was large and comfortable, dominated by a four-poster bed draped in heavy, dark fabric, a veritable nest of calm. The sheets were cool and crisp, a luxurious invitation to rest. Before retiring on his first night, he stood for a long moment at the window. The view was of the moors. In the darkness, they were not a place of dread, but a vast, soothing expanse of black velvet, utterly empty and utterly serene. Above, the sky was an inkwell, dusted with an astonishing, silent shower of stars. They seemed closer here, infinitely numerous, each one a tiny, cold spark of peace in the immeasurable silence. The air that seeped through the window cracks was cool and fresh, carrying a faint, clean smell of peat and damp grass. The only movement was the slow, majestic drift of a single, small cloud across the face of the moon, briefly dimming the light and then allowing it to flood the moor once more. It was out on these moors that the strange events were said to occur, the supposed hauntings, the sound of the hound. But as Watson thought of it now, standing safe inside the thick stone walls, those tales felt impossibly distant, like the memory of a dream that fades upon waking. He allowed the image of the great moor to fill his mind, not as a place of danger, but as a place of imperturbable stillness, a vast, ancient resting place for the earth itself. The very thought of its size made his own concerns feel small, fading against the great, quiet permanence of the landscape. In the days that followed, his time was spent in long, quiet walks across the moor's fringe. He avoided the dreaded Grimpen mire not out of fear, but simply because the path closer to the hall was gentler, worn smooth by time and rain. The moor's terrain was a series of soft rolling curves, gentle hills that rose and fell with the rhythmic quality of a sleeping chest. The grass was thick and springy beneath his boots, and the only sounds were the soft melodic cries of distant birds, curlews and plovers, their calls wistful and calming. The tiny streams flowed with a low, constant murmur, a sound of ceaseless, gentle movement that was deeply peaceful. He would often sit on a sheltered rock, allowing the cool air to soothe his skin, simply watching the slow, deliberate pace of the clouds above. The light was always soft and muted. Sometimes a low mist, a Devonshire fog, would roll in, not dense and blinding, but thin and pearlescent, draping the landscape in a veil of dreamlike grey. It softened the edges of the world, making the distant hills look like gentle swells beneath a vast, luminous sea. Walking through it felt like moving through a comforting, cool cloud where the only reality was the soft, damp wool of his own coat and the sound of his own quiet, steady breathing. It was a perfect isolation, a sanctuary from the complexities of the world. One evening, Sir Henry and Watson took a stroll after a quiet, simple supper. The air of the hall had felt particularly close and warm that night, and the call of the moor was a quiet invitation. They walked only a short distance from the All Gates, where the shadows stretched long and thin across the heather. The moon was nearly full, a great silver coin in the black sky, its soft light bathing the moor in a beautiful ethereal glow. The gentle hills and valleys were rendered in shades of luminous pewter and deep velvet blue, an immense silent landscape of rest. The air was completely still, so still that the slightest movement of a dry leaf was a distinct soft sound, and the only other sound was the slow, steady rhythm of their own breathing, in and out, a peaceful cadence. It was then that they heard it, the sound, the legendary cry of the Baskerville hound. The listener is asked to listen closely and to let the sound in this telling be soft and distant, a sound from the very edge of hearing, muffled and muted by the sheer vastness of the moor. It was not a roar, not a sharp, terrifying bark intended to wound the night. It was a long, mournful, infinitely sorrowful baying. It was a sound of profound loneliness, a sound that seemed to be made of the wind and the shadows themselves, stretched thin across the vast, sleeping earth. It was so distant, so profoundly otherworldly, that it did not shock. Instead, it felt like an ancient, sad lullaby, sung by the very earth. It was a note of pure, deep resonance that vibrated briefly in the quiet air and then was gently absorbed back into the silence, leaving no trace but a faint receding echo in the deepest chambers of the ear. This strangeness was not alarming, but strangely beautiful, like a mysterious chord struck far off in a deserted concert hall. They stood absolutely motionless for a long minute, letting the vastness of the sound wash over them and then recede. The moor seemed to hold its breath with them. Sir Henry sighed, a soft, long breath of resignation that carried no fear, only the weight of an inherited melancholy. "There it is, Watson," he murmured, his voice low, the music of the family. But there was no panic in his tone, only a quiet acceptance of the strangeness, as if a distant relative had simply announced their presence with a soft, melancholic greeting. The sound, now that it was a personal reality, felt less like a threat and more like a gentle, persistent ache in the deep silence of the night. It was a sound that belonged to the quiet, ancient landscape, a natural part of the moor's nocturnal chorus, like the distant, soft shiver of an owl's wings. They turned back towards the light of the hall, walking slowly, their steps now even softer on the damp earth. They did not speak of the sound further. Instead, they let the profound quiet of the night settle back around them, a comforting pressure. The moon, now fully emerged, cast their shadows as long, dancing spectres that seemed to glide effortlessly over the sleeping heather. Watson observed the dew beginning to gather on the low grasses, little pinpricks of light reflecting the moon, silent and still. The air was exquisitely cool, carrying the clean, wet scent of peat and granite, a soothing aromatherapy of the night. It occurred to him that in this great, beautiful silence, the human voice of terror was quite small and powerless. The sound faded completely, and the silence that followed was even deeper, more absolute. The moon continued its silent watch. The air was still and cool. Watson found himself strangely comforted. The mystery, the ancient terror, had presented itself as a mere fleeting sound, a whisper in the great, comforting stillness of the night. The stillness reassured him that whatever terror lay out there was far away, too remote to disturb the peace of the hall. He took a deep, deliberate breath, letting the stillness settle into his chest, calming the last flutter of his thoughts. Watson's duties continued to be the duties of quiet observation, an exercise in patient, peaceful vigilance. He became aware of a few small, quiet movements around the hall. The mysterious late-night candle flame he once saw in an empty wing, which he later discovered to be the discreet, silent signals of Mrs. Barrymore, helping her brother, an escaped convict, Selden, who was hiding out on the moor. The convict was not a creature of terror, but a frightened, hungry man moving like a phantom through the shadows. His presence, while unusual, served only to underscore the deep human need for sanctuary, a thought that settled warmly in Watson's heart. Even in the heart of this ancient, silent place, there was a quiet human drama of love and protection unfolding, a soft thread of warmth in the cool gloom. The knowledge of their gentle conspiracy, a small secret act of kindness, only deepened the sense of security within the vast stone walls. And then, one day, as Watson was returning from a particularly long, quiet walk, he saw him, a tall, slender figure standing motionless on the crest of a small hill, silhouetted against the pale afternoon sky. He was watching the hall, his familiar deer-stalker cap, his specific still pose. It was unmistakable. Watson knew immediately with a warm, steady rush of recognition that it was Holmes. His presence, even at a distance, felt like a silent, powerful anchor dropped into the swirling depths of the mystery. Holmes had followed, silently, discreetly, establishing a lair of his own on the edge of the moor, a small, humble stone hut. His presence brought not the electric shock of action, but a deep, profound sense of safety and order. Holmes's mind, always so sharp and focused, was like a single, clear light cutting through the soft, hazy darkness. Watson followed a barely visible track of flattened grass and scattered pebbles, a soft, silent trail that led directly to his sanctuary. When Watson found his hut, the scene was one of peaceful domestic simplicity. The hut was little more than 4 stone walls and a low thatched roof, a place of perfect seclusion. A small fire smoked lazily in a corner, its scent of burning peat a smoky, comforting perfume. Holmes was seated on a simple stool, a small black notebook open on his knee. The silence in the hut was absolute, broken only by the soft shh of the fire. He greeted Watson with a quiet smile, a gentle nod. "Watson, you look well," he murmured, his voice low, matching the calm of the tiny room. "The Devonshire air agrees with you. You have been a steady, excellent sentinel. Your reports have been a model of calm, objective observation." He then gestured to a small, rough-hewn bench, inviting Watson to share his quiet refuge. He told him softly of his findings. He had been a quiet observer, tracking the movements, gathering the soft threads of the mystery in the comforting solitude of the moor. He had spent his days watching the tiny, quiet dramas of the moorland, the Stapletons, the seemingly gentle neighbour, a quiet, studious man who had lured a beautiful young woman, Miss Beryl Stapleton, to his side. He revealed, in his measured, soft tone, that Stapleton was in fact a lost relative of the Baskerville line, plotting to claim the inheritance. The entire elaborate deception was simply a matter of desperate greed, a small, understandable human frailty hidden beneath a cloak of mystery. The story unfolded with the calm inevitability of a slowly opening flower. There was no confrontation, no rush, just the steady, serene light of truth beginning to banish the last shadows of confusion. Holmes had noted the quiet obsession in Stapleton's eyes, the overly kind gestures, the movements that were too carefully planned, all small, quiet details that, when viewed from the distance of his sanctuary, fell perfectly into place. Holmes had discovered that Stapleton was the one responsible for the hound, not a ghost, not a supernatural creature, but a very real, very large mastiff, kept hidden and treated with a terrifying luminescent preparation to make it appear monstrous in the night. The chemical, a gentle, phosphorus-based compound, was not a supernatural flame, but merely a subtle, temporary glow, easily explained by chemistry. The ultimate reveal was one of profound relief. The strange and the terrifying were merely the work of a small, frightened man. This knowledge settled over Watson like a final, heavy layer of calm. The last act, the gentle, final movement of this slow story, took place not in a burst of drama, but in a thick, all-enveloping fog. Holmes and Watson walked the moor that night, a silent, watchful pair, accompanied by the quiet, solid presence of Inspector Lestrade. The fog had rolled in completely, not a light mist now, but a dense, comforting shroud that muffled all sound and reduced the world to a small, immediate sphere of safety. Each footstep was absorbed completely by the damp earth. The entire world felt reduced to the space of a few feet around them, a small, safe bubble of warmth and presence. The fog meant that the hound could not be effectively used against them or Sir Henry. Stapleton, in his desperation, was lost in the very element he sought to exploit. The moor, which he had tried to weaponize with fear, had turned against him with its simple, overwhelming natural silence. They never found him. His chase after Sir Henry led him astray, off the faint, safe path and into the sucking, silent depths of the Grimpen mire. In the morning, the fog lifted to reveal only the vast, silent, and now completely peaceful moor. Stapleton, the author of the nightmare, had simply vanished into the treacherous depths of the mire, swallowed by the vast, silent earth. The mire, which had once felt like a place of danger, now felt like a final, absolute blanket of silence, settling the matter forever. There was a sense of ultimate quiet justice administered by the patient, unhurried hand of nature itself. And the hound, they found it too. It was large and frightening, but now it was still, harmless, merely a heavy, sad creature, its luminous paint now a dull, harmless residue. The phantom of the moor was a simple, mortal beast, silenced and still. They arranged for its quiet, gentle removal, ensuring no further harm would come to any creature. The threat was gone. The dark mystery was resolved, dissolved into the soft, clearing light of a new day. Sir Henry, relieved of the crushing weight of the family curse, stood on the terrace of Baskerville Hall, simply watching the sun rise, a man at peace, embraced by the quiet permanence of his ancestral home. The return to London was as slow and rhythmic as the arrival. On the train, Holmes leaned back, his profile against the dark window, his breathing deep and even. He was, in his own way, resting. The satisfaction of a completed puzzle brought him not excitement, but a profound, quiet calm. He allowed his mind to drift, the tension in his long frame visibly dissolving with every rhythmic clack of the carriage wheels. Watson watched the countryside flow past, no longer a landscape of mystery, but one of familiar beauty. The green fields, the gentle hills, the smoke rising in lazy spirals from farmhouses. He felt a deep, warm release of tension. The ancient fear had been proven false. The darkness was simply an elaborate shadow cast by a mortal hand. The world was solid, predictable, and profoundly safe. Back at 221B Baker Street, the fire was relit, the room once again filled with the soft, familiar glow of home. The gas lamp cast a gentle, steady light over the scattering of newspapers and books, the beautiful clutter of a mind at rest. Watson took his chair, and Holmes settled into his. The day's journey, the moor's quiet, the puzzle's gentle resolution, all of it had culminated in this perfect, profound stillness. The only sounds were the soft, rhythmic crackle of the fire and the deep, steady tick of the mantel clock, a heartbeat of time marking the passing moments not as a rush, but as a slow, deliberate measure toward the quiet of a perfect sleep. The scent of the familiar tobacco and the worn, comforting leather of the furniture wrapped around them like a final, warm embrace. The case was closed. The hound was gone. The curse was broken. All that remained was the serene, beautiful quiet of a world restored to order. The gentle, silent work of the night was complete. The listener is invited to feel the deep comfort of that resolution, to let the memory of the gentle fog and the silent stars settle over them like a heavy, warm blanket. Their mind is quiet, their body is heavy and relaxed. The world outside is still, safe, and resolved. There is only the warmth of the fire, the comfort of their own bed, and the profound, peaceful silence of the deepest night. The listener's breathing will deepen and slow, in and out, a steady, calm rhythm. With every breath, they sink further into the mattress, further into a dreamless, restorative sleep. All is well. You are safe. Sleep now.
Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the Bruce Partington plans. A soft winter hush had settled over London, wrapping the vast city in a blanket of muted greys and gentle, nourishing stillness. Street lamps bloomed like pale golden stars along the edges of fog-bound avenues, each one glowing softly within its own private halo. Carriages moved quietly, wheels whispering over the damp cobblestones, while the distant hum of the city softened into a soothing, rhythmic pulse that made the night feel calm and drowsy. It was in this serene quietude that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson found themselves at Baker Street, the fire glowing low and steady, filling their sitting room with the warm scent of coal and old wood. A faint curl of smoke floated upward from Holmes's pipe, drifting lazily as if even the smoke itself were reluctant to disturb the quiet evening. Holmes sat in his familiar armchair, long limbs, almost sculptural in their relaxed stillness, the firelight brushing soft amber along the angles of his face. Watson, seated nearby with a blanket tucked comfortably around his legs, glanced now and then toward his friend, observing the calm set of Holmes's features. There were nights when Holmes hummed with restless energy, darting from thought to thought like a spark in dry tinder, but tonight he seemed content to let the world slow. The fog outside pressed like velvet against the windows, and even the bustling city seemed to sigh and grow still. "It is a curiously peaceful London tonight," Watson murmured, letting the warmth from his teacup seep pleasantly into his hands. Holmes nodded gently, not lifting his gaze from the fire. "Quite so. One might almost imagine the city has slipped into its own contemplative slumber. The quiet held them in a comfortable cocoon until a light knock sounded at the front door, soft enough not to startle but unexpected. Mrs. Hudson shuffled down the hallway, her steps muted, and soon appeared at the sitting-room door, her expression a blend of apology and concern. "A gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she said in a low voice. He insisted it was important, but he didn't seem the excitable type. Holmes exchanged a measured glance with Watson, then offered a gentle nod. "Show him in, Mrs. Hudson. Thank you." Moments later, a tall, distinguished figure stepped through the doorway. Mycroft Holmes, Sherlock's elder brother, carried with him an air of quiet gravity, though even he moved with the softened manner of a man who did not wish to disturb the comfortable peace of the room. His umbrella dripped faintly from the fog outside, and his breath formed a barely visible mist as he removed his gloves. "My dear Sherlock," he said in a voice as calm as still water. "Mycroft," Holmes replied with a serene lift of his brow. "Your arrival at this hour suggests something of significance, yet you seem—" His eyes softened, untroubled. "A matter of significance, yes," Mycroft said, settling into a chair near the fire, with deliberate, gentle movements, "but nothing that ought to alarm, merely something that requires your unique manner of observation." Watson noticed that Mycroft's usually rigid demeanor seemed softened by the hush of the evening. The fog had followed him inside, and the faint scent of winter accompanied him as he rested his hands on his knees. "I trust your journey was not unpleasant," Watson offered. "Foggy, but restful in its way," Mycroft replied. "London has become almost dreamlike tonight." There was a moment of companionable silence, the fire crackling softly, before Mycroft continued in that same soothing tone. "A man has been found on the tracks near Aldgate Station," he said. "A minor government clerk named Arthur Cadogan West. He appears to have fallen from a train, though the matter is complicated by the fact that he carried confidential naval documents." Holmes's gaze drifted thoughtfully through the smoke that unfurled from his pipe. "Confidential?" he asked, though his voice remained low and serene. "The Bruce Partington submarine plans," Mycroft answered. "Not the entire set. 7 of the 10 pages are missing. Only 3 were recovered." Even with such grave information, Mycroft delivered his words gently, like stones placed carefully into still water so as not to disturb its calm surface. "And you wish me to look into this?" Holmes said softly. "If it pleases you," Mycroft replied, "and only at a pace you find agreeable. There is no rush tonight. The matter is secure enough for the moment." Watson felt the quiet gravity of the situation settle over the room, but even the weight of it did not disturb the soothing atmosphere. Instead, it seemed to fold into the night naturally, becoming part of the soft intrigue that often drifted into their lives. Holmes rose from his chair with unhurried grace, stretching lightly. "Very well. We shall begin at dawn. Tonight we will consider the matter in the comfort of this room." Mycroft nodded. "A wise choice." He remained with them for another hour, discussing the details slowly, as though allowing the information to settle gently into place rather than being thrust upon them. Watson listened quietly, finding the rhythmic exchange of thoughtful comments soothing. The flicker of the fire, the soft tap of rain beginning on the window, and the calm cadence of the brothers' voices created a scene so restful that Watson felt his eyelids grow heavy. When Mycroft eventually stood to leave, he did so with the unhurried manner of a man stepping from a library after a long, peaceful evening. Holmes walked him to the door, and as he returned, he gave Watson a small, tranquil smile. "Shall we retire soon?" Holmes asked. "After a cup of tea," Watson murmured, stretching his legs with a sigh. Holmes nodded and prepared the kettle with slow, deliberate motions. Even the clink of porcelain felt gentle in the stillness. They spoke little as they finished their tea, content in the quiet companionship of the moment. Soon after, they parted for the night, each retiring to their rooms. Yet the fog, the firelight, and the calm mystery Mycroft had carried with him lingered in their thoughts like a soft, beckoning dream. Dawn arrived with a pale, silvery glow. The fog still clung to the city, but it had thinned enough for the faint outline of rooftops to emerge in the distance. Holmes and Watson moved through the early morning with peaceful purpose, preparing for their journey to Aldgate Station. A carriage carried them through the whispering streets, wheels gliding smoothly. "This fog is particularly restful today," Watson remarked, watching it drift past the window like slow-moving clouds. "Indeed," Holmes replied, "it rather suits the matter at hand. Mysteries are best approached with steady breath and clarity." When they arrived at Aldgate Station, the morning bustle was muted by the shroud of mist. The station master greeted them with a quiet nod, lowering his voice instinctively as though the fog demanded gentleness. Holmes inspected the tracks where West's body had been found. Though the station was active, everything felt softened by the atmosphere, the distant rumble of trains, the murmured announcements, the echoing footsteps on the platform. Holmes moved with unhurried steps, studying the rails, the slight indentation where the body had lain, and the surrounding area. Watson observed him with a sense of calm familiarity, taking comfort in the graceful, flowing precision of Holmes's movements. Holmes eventually straightened, his expression thoughtful but serene. "Curious," he murmured. "There are no signs that West fell from a moving carriage." The station master, standing nearby, shifted quietly. "That is what puzzled us as well, sir." Holmes continued examining the area, occasionally leaning down with slow, deliberate care. Watson admired how Holmes carried his deductions like a lantern through the fog, softly illuminating, never jarring. After some time, Holmes turned toward the station master. "Was there any indication of a struggle within the carriages that passed last night?" "None, sir," the station master replied. "Everything was in proper order." Holmes nodded once, as though the information confirmed a gentle line of thought already forming in his mind. "Then we must consider," he said softly, "that West's body was placed here rather than dropped." Watson felt a light ripple of intrigue, but Holmes's calm delivery kept the thought from feeling troubling. It settled instead into the tapestry of the mystery, something to unfold slowly, like a bedtime fable meant to soothe, even as it piqued curiosity. They left the station shortly after, satisfied that the early clues would be best understood after visiting West's home. The carriage ride there was a gentle one, the wheels gliding smoothly through the thinning fog as soft light filtered down. When they arrived at the modest house where Arthur Cadogan West had lived with his mother and sister, the world seemed even quieter. A gentle stillness lay over the small garden, dew catching the morning light like tiny crystals. Holmes took a slow breath before knocking. A kind-faced woman answered West's sister, and though sorrow lingered in her eyes, her voice carried a surprisingly steady calm. She welcomed Holmes and Watson with appreciation that was soft, heartfelt, and free of urgency. "He was always a quiet man," she said in a gentle tone as she guided them into the sitting room. "Thoughtful, careful. He would never have misplaced a single scrap of paper, let alone something important." Holmes listened attentively, his posture relaxed and his expression warm with empathy. Watson spoke to her as well, careful to keep his voice soothing. "Your brother seems to have been a man of strong principle," Watson said softly. "It is clear he cared deeply about his work." She nodded, and a faint smile touched her lips. He was proud to serve. He rarely spoke about his duties, but we knew he took them seriously. Holmes asked a handful of gentle questions, each one intended not to press but to understand. The sister answered freely, clearly sensing the respectful pace of the conversation. There was no hurry, no sharpness, only the unfolding of details like the turning of pages in a comfortable book. After expressing their condolences, Holmes and Watson took their leave, letting the door close softly behind them. Holmes paused on the walkway, breathing in the fresh morning air. "This matter," he said quietly, "is a puzzle assembled not through upheaval, but through patience." Watson smiled faintly. "A pace we are well suited for today." Together they returned to their carriage, embarking on the next step of their investigation, Woolwich Arsenal, where the Bruce Partington plans had been kept. The journey to Woolwich was serene. The fog gradually thinned as they travelled, and by the time they reached the river, soft sunlight danced on the water like scattered pearls. The sight was calming, and Watson allowed himself to sink comfortably into the carriage seat. When they arrived, they were greeted by the soft hum of orderly work. Men moved with quiet purpose between buildings, and one of the senior officials, a dignified man named Sidney Johnson, welcomed them with polite calm. Holmes greeted him with equal gentleness. "Thank you for seeing us." "Of course, Mr. Holmes," Johnson replied. "The matter is troubling, but I trust you will treat it with your usual discretion." Holmes nodded, then asked to see the safe where the submarine plans had been kept. Johnson led them down a softly lit corridor into a room where an iron safe stood against the wall like a silent sentinel. The safe was locked, Johnson explained quietly. There were no signs of forced entry. Holmes examined the safe with slow, careful movements, running his fingers lightly along its metal surface as though listening to the quiet story it had to tell. Johnson watched with respectful stillness. Watson noticed that even within this secure facility there was a calm, measured quality to the morning. Workers spoke in low voices, footsteps echoing gently along the corridors. The sense of peace made the investigation feel almost meditative. Holmes finally stepped back from the safe, gaze thoughtful. "Only a small handful of individuals have access to this," he murmured. "Yes," Johnson said mildly, "though I cannot imagine any of them acting improperly." "We shall see," Holmes replied, but his tone was soft, free of judgment. They spent the next hour speaking to the other clerks. Holmes approached each conversation with tranquil curiosity, and the responses they received were equally sincere. There were no heated denials, no nervous outbursts, only calm recollections, steady voices, and the quiet certainty of routine. At last, Holmes and Watson stepped outside. The air carried a gentle breeze now, brushing softly across their faces. Holmes closed his eyes briefly, letting the moment wash over him. "There is something missing," he said quietly, "not from the plans, but from the chain of events as it has been presented." Watson waited patiently. "We have a man who left work with no explanation," Holmes continued. "A set of documents taken with great deliberation, a body placed upon the tracks with care, and 7 missing pages." Watson breathed slowly. "You sense intention." "I do," Holmes replied softly, "but the intention feels conflicted, as though West acted not out of treachery but out of concern." The idea floated gently between them, settling into place. Holmes then opened his eyes, looking toward the river as sunlight shimmered across its surface. The mystery was unfolding not as a storm, but as a quiet, drifting current. A current they would follow, but not hurriedly, not with tension or urgency, with calm purpose, with steady breath with the gentle clarity of a winter morning. Holmes and Watson returned to London in the soft cradle of the afternoon, the sun drifting behind clouds that glowed like brushed silver. The fog from earlier had loosened its grip, leaving the city washed in a tranquil, pearly haze. Carriages passed with muted wheels, and the Thames moved in slow shimmering swells, as though the river itself were pondering the quiet mystery. Back at Baker Street, the fire had been laid anew. Mrs. Hudson had left a fresh pot of tea on the table, its steam rising in thin, swirling ribbons. Holmes poured himself a cup, then one for Watson, and together they settled comfortably in their familiar chairs. Holmes held the teacup with both hands for a moment, letting its warmth seep in. "There is a piece we have not yet examined in the proper light," he said softly. Watson took a sip. "Which piece do you mean?" "The man himself," Holmes murmured. "Arthur Cadogan West. A precise, diligent soul, unlikely to steal plans for gain, unlikely to betray his country. And yet he carried them." Watson nodded, following the calm rhythm of Holmes's thoughts. Holmes leaned back slightly, stretching his long legs. He left the arsenal early. He walked into the night with documents of great importance, and before morning he was gone. But nothing about his actions suggests a man acting selfishly. Watson rested his hands on the arms of his chair, more like a man trying to protect something. Holmes's eyes brightened not with sharp excitement, but with a gentle glow. "Just so." The fire crackled softly. The air in the sitting room felt warm and slow. Holmes gazed into the flames as though watching the mystery unfold there, each flicker revealing another quiet insight. After a long moment of reflection, he spoke. "We must consider his route. He left Woolwich, crossed the river, and intended to return to his family, yet he never reached home." Watson tilted his head thoughtfully. If he meant to bring the documents to someone a superior, perhaps he might have been intercepted. Holmes nodded. "Yes, but I do not believe he was waylaid by chance." He rose slowly, gathering his coat. "Let us take a gentle stroll to Kensington. There is a gentleman I wish to speak with." Watson followed, wrapping himself warmly as they stepped out into the late afternoon. The streets were peaceful, the trees lining the roads still holding droplets from the fog that sparkled like tiny jewels on the branches. As they walked, Holmes's pace was steady and unhurried, every movement considered and calm. Their destination was a stately apartment building with ivy trailing softly along the stone. Holmes rang the bell, and after a moment the door opened to reveal a dignified man with silvering hair and a composed expression. Sir James Walter, a high-ranking official connected to the Naval Office. Holmes greeted him with a quiet nod. "Sir James, may we trouble you for a few moments?" "Of course," Sir James replied in a tone equally soft. "Please come in." They were shown into a peaceful sitting room, warmly lit by the gentle glow of a pair of lamps. The air smelled faintly of lavender and old books. Sir James invited them to sit. Holmes began with a slow, respectful cadence. "We are attempting to understand the actions of Arthur Cadogan West on the night of his death." Sir James lowered his gaze. "A sad business," he said softly. "I knew the young man, steadfast, reliable." Holmes folded his hands. "Precisely why I believe his behavior was that of a man acting out of duty, not betrayal." Sir James met his eyes. "I agree with you there." Holmes paused, allowing the quiet in the room to settle. "I must ask, Sir James, did West come to you that night, or did he intend to?" Sir James exhaled slowly, his face touched with weary contemplation. For a moment the only sound was the gentle ticking of a nearby clock. "No," Sir James said at last. "He did not come to me, but there is something I must show you, something that may help." He rose with unhurried effort and crossed the room to a desk, retrieving a small envelope. As he handed it to Holmes, Watson noticed how Sir James's fingers trembled not with fear, but with the solemn weight of responsibility. Holmes opened the envelope carefully. Inside was a quiet note in a tidy hand. "I fear something has gone wrong at the office. I will take the documents to someone who can protect them. If anything should happen, tell them I acted out of loyalty." Holmes read the note slowly, then passed it to Watson. Sir James sank back into his chair. He must have discovered something amiss, but whom he was seeking I cannot say. Holmes tucked the note gently back into the envelope. "This is helpful," he said softly. "Thank you." Sir James nodded, his expression both relieved and sad. "Do what you can for him, Mr. Holmes. His family deserves peace." "We shall," Holmes assured him. They took their leave with quiet gratitude, stepping once more into the evening air. The sky had darkened into a soft, velvety blue. Lamps glowed along the street, each one shimmering in the gently rising mist. Holmes stood still for a moment, breathing in the cool air. "A man who acts from loyalty," he murmured, "and someone who feared that loyalty." Watson walked beside him as they turned toward the next street. "Someone at the arsenal? Perhaps," Holmes said, "or someone who moved in the shadows around it." Their steps carried them toward another address, one belonging to a clerk named Oberstein, a man who had been absent from work in the days surrounding West's death. Oberstein's lodgings were tucked down a quiet lane, with a small iron gate that clicked softly as Holmes opened it. The building was silent. No light shone from the windows. Holmes approached the door, examining the frame with steady hands. "Vacated," he murmured. "Quite recently." Watson peered inside through a window. The room beyond was faintly visible in the dim streetlight, bare walls, an empty hearth, and a single forgotten scrap of paper on the floor. Holmes eased the door open, it had not been locked, and stepped inside with the quiet of a man entering a library at night. Watson followed. The air was cool and still, carrying the faint scent of dust and recently moved furniture. Holmes bent to pick up the scrap of paper. It was a torn corner of a note. "Safe to send tonight. The rails are clear." Holmes studied it for several seconds, then slipped it into his pocket. "West discovered Oberstein's theft," he said softly, "and followed him. But Oberstein must have seen him." Watson felt a chill ripple through him, but the gentle warmth of Holmes's presence kept any sharp emotion at bay. Holmes's calm certainty wrapped the revelation in a cocoon of understanding, easing away any sting. Holmes continued, "West likely confronted Oberstein. Perhaps he tried to persuade him to return the plans. But Oberstein, he needed to conceal the evidence. So he placed West's body on the tracks." Watson nodded slowly and fled. Holmes exhaled gently. "Yes, but he left traces, and he cannot have gone far." They searched the apartment further, moving with careful, quiet steps. In the hearth, Holmes found the faint remains of burned paper ashes that crumbled softly between his fingers. "Failed attempts to destroy correspondence," he said. He was in a hurry. As they prepared to leave, Holmes paused at the door, his expression thoughtful and almost tender. "We must approach this not as hunters, but as caretakers," he said, "for the sake of West, whose final act was one of protection." Watson felt a reassuring wave of warmth. "Yes," he agreed softly. They returned to Baker Street late in the evening. The fog had settled once more, heavier now, but gentler too, like a comforting blanket drawn over the city to usher it toward rest. The fire still glowed in their sitting room, and Mrs. Hudson had set aside some warm bread and broth. Holmes thanked her with unusual softness, and when she retired upstairs, the two friends settled by the fire. Holmes placed the torn note on the table. "Oberstein cannot send anything without stepping into the open," he said. "He must contact his accomplices through the newspapers." Watson leaned forward. "The advertisement pages?" Holmes nodded. "Messages hidden in plain sight." He reached for the day's paper and turned the pages until he found the agony column. His finger traced the printed lines slowly, thoughtfully, then he stopped. "I believe we have our signal," he murmured. "Monday night. Usual place. The path is clear." Holmes folded the newspaper and rested it in his lap, the quiet crackle of the paper blending with the soft murmur of the fire. "Watson," he said gently, "tomorrow night we shall pay a visit to this usual place. But tonight," he leaned back, allowing the warmth of the fire to wash over him, "we rest." Watson smiled softly. A wise plan. The rest of the evening passed in comforting quiet. Holmes played a few gentle notes on his violin, slow, drifting phrases that wrapped the room in tranquility. Watson sat with closed eyes, letting the melody guide his breath into deeper, calmer rhythms. Eventually they retired, and Baker Street sank into a peaceful hush. The following evening, the two men set out once more. The fog had returned, soft and luminous under the lamplight. Holmes and Watson walked through the quiet streets until they reached a railway goods yard, a still, open space where wooden crates and iron rails glimmered faintly in the mist. Holmes motioned for them to sit behind a large stack of crates, sheltered yet with a clear view of the small office ahead. "We need not confront him," Holmes said softly. "Only observe and understand." Watson nodded. The atmosphere was so calm, so hushed, that even the distant rumble of trains felt like a lullaby. Time passed gently. The fog curled around them, and the rhythmic ticking of Watson's pocket watch blended into the quiet night. Then a figure approached the faint outline of a man moving toward the office with careful steps. Oberstein. He slipped inside, but Holmes did not rise. He simply watched. Minutes later, another man arrived, a messenger dressed plainly, carrying an envelope. He, too, entered the office. A few soft, muffled voices drifted out, barely more than whispers. Holmes's voice was barely audible. "He is sending the plans abroad, but he has no idea the authorities have been alerted." They waited until the messenger left, then until Oberstein extinguished the lamp and walked away into the fog, unaware he'd been observed. Holmes finally stood, stretching with calm satisfaction. "The matter is settled." Watson rose beside him. "Will the authorities arrive soon?" "I contacted Mycroft before we left," Holmes said quietly. "He will see to it with care. No fuss, no fear." They walked home beneath the lamps, their footsteps slow and steady. Holmes seemed lighter now, as though the resolution of the mystery had eased some quiet tension within him. Back at Baker Street, they settled once more before the fire. Holmes breathed deeply. Arthur Cadogan West died protecting his country. His honor will be restored. His family will find peace. Watson felt warmth settle through his chest. And the plans? "Recovered," Holmes said gently. "All 10 pages will be returned tomorrow." Safely. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the fire's warmth soften the lines of his face. "I believe," he said softly, "that London may sleep a little easier tonight." Watson smiled. "As may we." The silence that followed was deep and calming. The fire's gentle glow painted their chairs with amber light, and the fog outside softened the world into quiet shapes. Holmes leaned back, his breathing slow and even, while Watson felt the heaviness of rest settling gently over him. The night seemed to wrap its arms around Baker Street, drawing curtains of mist and warmth around the two friends. The mystery of the Bruce Partington plans had unraveled not with clamor or force, but with soft insight, steady steps, and the peaceful assurance that all would be well. Holmes opened his eyes one last time, gaze drifting toward the window where the street lamp glowed like a small, benevolent star in the fog. "Another case," he murmured, "brought to rest." Watson nodded sleepily. "And a comforting one." Holmes's voice softened to a whisper. "Yes, a comforting one." The fire flickered gently, and the room grew still. Outside, the fog deepened into a soft blanket, settling over London as though inviting the entire city to drift into slumber. Within Baker Street, Holmes and Watson rested in serene quiet, the warmth of the hearth, and the calm of a resolved mystery guiding them and anyone listening towards sleep. Slow breath by slow breath, peacefully, contentedly, under the gentle watch of the night. The end. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the crooked man. The evening settles over Baker Street like a velvet curtain, soft and deep. You find yourself in that familiar sitting room, where the fire burns low in the grate, casting amber shadows that dance lazily across the wallpaper. The air is warm, comfortable, filled with the faint scent of pipe tobacco and old books. Outside, London hums its distant lullaby, the clip-clop of a late hansom cab on cobblestones, the murmur of voices fading into the summer night. Dr. John Watson sits in his customary chair, the worn leather creaking gently as he shifts his weight. His medical bag rests by his feet, and in his hands a newspaper rustles softly, though he has read the same page 3 times without absorbing a single word. The warmth of the room, the steady tick of the clock on the mantelpiece, the peaceful quiet, all conspire to make his eyelids heavy. It has been a peculiarly tranquil week, this first week of July. No urgent cases have arrived at their door. No desperate telegrams have summoned them to distant counties. Instead, there has been only this: the gentle passage of summer days, the comfortable routine of breakfast and newspapers, the slow turning of pages, the soft conversations that meander like streams through meadow grass. Across from Watson, Sherlock Holmes reclines in his chair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes half closed, in that particular state of repose that might be mistaken for sleep but is, in fact, deep contemplation. He has been like this for nearly an hour, barely moving, scarcely breathing, lost in some private meditation. The afternoon light has turned golden, then amber, then the deep honey color that speaks of evening approaching. The fire pops gently, sending a shower of orange sparks up the chimney. Watson watches them drift and fade, feeling his own thoughts begin to drift as well. He thinks of nothing in particular, a patient he saw that morning, the pleasant dinner Mrs. Hudson has promised for this evening. His thoughts are lazy, comfortable, like cats stretching in the sun. Then, so softly that Watson almost doesn't hear it, there comes a knock at the door. Not an urgent rapping, but a gentle, almost apologetic tapping. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifts up from below, speaking with someone. Footsteps approach slow, measured, the tread of someone weary but unhurried. Holmes opens his eyes, and a small smile touches his lips. A visitor, Watson, he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, but one who brings not urgency, but rather resolution. The door opens, and a military man enters, though his bearing speaks more of exhaustion than of vigor. Major Murphy is perhaps 50 years of age, with grey threading through his dark hair and lines etched deeply around his eyes. But there is something gentle about him now, something peaceful, as though a great weight has been lifted from his shoulders. He moves slowly into the room, accepting Holmes's gesture toward a chair with a quiet sigh. "Forgive the late hour, Mr. Holmes," Murphy says softly, settling into the chair. "I find I cannot sleep until I have told someone what has occurred. My wife suggested I come to you, though the matter is resolved after a fashion. There is no crime to solve. I simply need to speak of it, to give voice to these events before I can lay them to rest." Holmes nods, his voice soothing. "Please, Major, tell us in your own time. There is no hurry here. The night is long, and we are entirely at your disposal." Watson sets aside his newspaper, leaning back in his chair, letting the Major's words wash over him like a gentle stream. "The story that unfolds is strange, yes, but told in such quiet tones, with such evident relief, that it becomes almost dreamlike in its telling." The Major speaks of his regiment years ago in India. He describes the heat there, but not harshly, rather. He paints it as a golden, drowsy heat, the kind that makes everything move slowly, where even time itself seems to pause and shimmer. He speaks of dusty parade grounds and neat bungalows with gardens where roses struggled to bloom. "There was a man," Murphy says softly, his eyes distant, "Colonel James Berkeley. We were young officers together, friends, or so I believed. And there was a woman, Nancy Devoy, she was then. Beautiful, kind, intelligent. We met at a dance at the officers' club, all of us in our dress uniforms despite the heat." He pauses, and a small, sad smile touches his lips. "Nancy and I, we had an understanding, nothing formal yet, but it was known that we intended to marry. She wore a locket I had given her. We would walk together in the evenings, when the worst of the heat had passed, talking of our future, of the life we would build when my commission ended and we could return to England." The Major's voice is so soft now that Watson finds himself leaning forward slightly to catch the words. Outside, the sounds of London have faded further. It is that peculiar hour when the city pauses, taking a breath between the business of the day and the pursuits of the night. "But then came the mutiny," Murphy continues, and though the word carries weight, his tone remains gentle. "The terrible days of 1857, the rebellion swept across the north of India. Everything changed overnight. Suddenly we were fighting for our lives, for the lives of the civilians we were meant to protect." He falls silent for a moment, and when he speaks again, his voice is even quieter. "During one of the engagements, I became separated from my unit. I was pursuing rebels into the hills, trying to prevent them from reaching a village where our people had taken refuge, but I was captured, taken prisoner, and dragged away into the wilderness." His hands tightened slightly on the arms of the chair. "I remember calling out, hoping my men would hear me, would mount a rescue. I could see some of them in the distance. I know Colonel Berkeley saw me, but no one came. The rebels took me deeper into the hills, and I disappeared from the sight of my regiment. from the sight of the world I had known. Holmes and Watson sit in perfect stillness, barely breathing, giving the Major the space his story needs. For months I was held captive, Murphy says, moved from place to place, village to village. Eventually, as the mutiny was suppressed, I was able to escape. But by then, more than a year had passed. When I finally made my way back to what remained of my regiment, I learned that I had been declared dead. Killed in action, they said. A memorial service had been held. He pauses, and his voice drops to barely more than a whisper. And Nancy, dear Nancy, had mourned me for 6 months, as was proper, and then had accepted a proposal of marriage from Colonel James Berkeley. Watson feels a pang of sympathy, softened by the peace in the Major's voice, by the evident acceptance that has come with the passage of years. I learned all this when I returned, Murphy continues. They were already married, living together, beginning their life. I went to see them, to explain that I had survived. But the Colonel, he was not pleased to see me. He told me it would be better for everyone if I simply went away again. Nancy had been through enough, he said. To reappear now would only cause her pain and confusion. The Major's eyes are still distant, seeing that long-ago confrontation. And Nancy, I saw her briefly. She was shocked, overjoyed, confused, all at once. But she was married now. I could see that she had made her peace with my death, had moved forward. What right did I have to reappear like a ghost and demand she unmake all her choices? Watson feels tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. Perhaps it is the quiet nobility in the Major's voice, the selfless resignation. So I left, Murphy says simply. I resigned my commission quietly. I told no one else I had survived. I let the world continue to believe me dead. And I wandered. I traveled to Burma, to Siam, to the East Indies. I became, in a sense, a different person entirely. The Major Murphy who had loved Nancy Devoy, that man truly had died in those hills. His voice takes on a different quality now, something wistful. I traveled with a small group of entertainers, performers, animal trainers. They welcomed me without questions. I learned tricks, sleight of hand, and I took in a companion, a mongoose, a quick, clever little creature who became my constant friend. He would perform tricks with me, and audiences would marvel. He was good company, never judging, never asking questions about my past. Watson finds himself smiling despite the sadness of the tale, imagining the Major with his mongoose companion traveling the dusty roads together. For more than 30 years I lived this way, Murphy continues, moving from place to place, never settling. It was a simple life, peaceful even. I convinced myself I was content. The pain of losing Nancy faded to a dull ache I barely noticed anymore. He shifts in his chair, and the movement brings him back to the present, to the warm sitting room in Baker Street. But fate has a way of bringing things full circle. Last month, My travels brought me back to England. My troupe was performing in various towns, and by pure chance, or perhaps providence, we came to Aldershot. Watson feels Holmes stir slightly beside him, recognizing the name of the great military town. I did not know Nancy and the Colonel had settled there, Murphy says, but one evening, as I was walking with my mongoose, I passed a house with lighted windows, and through one of those windows I saw her, Nancy, older now, grey in her hair, but unmistakably her. She was sitting at a piano, and even from the street I could see that the kindness I had loved had not diminished. The Major's voice catches slightly. I stood there, frozen on the pavement, unable to move, and then she looked up. Our eyes met through the window, and I saw recognition dawn on her face. He pauses, and the room seems to hold its breath. She came to the door, came out into the garden where I waited. We stood there under the apple trees. It was a beautiful garden, full of flowers, peaceful and well tended, and we spoke just for a few minutes, no more. She asked if it was truly me, if I was alive. I told her yes, told her briefly of my travels. I told her I had never meant to intrude on her happiness, that I had stayed away deliberately. Murphy's eyes grow bright with unshed tears. She told me she had thought of me often over the years, had mourned me truly. She told me her life with the Colonel had been complicated, not unhappy exactly, but shadowed somehow by something she could never quite name. The Major falls silent for a long moment. I asked her to forgive me for reappearing. She smiled such a sad, sweet smile, and said there was nothing to forgive. We spoke of old times, of India, of the dreams we had shared. It was peaceful, that conversation, healing in a strange way. Holmes leans forward slightly, his voice gentle. And the Colonel, he saw you there with his wife? Murphy nods slowly. Yes. Through the window, he saw Nancy speaking with a stranger. When she returned inside, he confronted her. I could hear raised voices, though not the words. I should have left then, but something held me there. The Major's hands tighten on the chair arms. The Colonel demanded to know who I was, and Nancy told him the truth, that it was Henry Murphy, alive after all these years. And then, perhaps from the weight of all those years of unspoken questions, she asked him something she had never dared ask before. She asked him if he had known I was alive that day in India, if he had seen me captured and deliberately left me behind. The silence that follows is absolute. Even the fire seems to pause. The Colonel confessed, Murphy says, his voice hoarse. After 30 years of silence, the truth came pouring out. He said yes, he had seen me captured. He had heard me calling for help. He had the means to mount a rescue, but he had wanted me gone, wanted Nancy for himself. He told himself the rebels would kill me anyway, so what did it matter? He reported me dead, killed in the fighting. And then he comforted Nancy in her grief, courted her, married her. Watson feels a chill run through him despite the warmth of the room. Nancy was devastated, Murphy continues. All those years, loving a man who had built their marriage on lies and betrayal, the Colonel seemed to crumble under the weight of his confession. The guilt he had carried for 3 decades came crashing down upon him at once. The Major stops, swallows hard. He collapsed, right there in the sitting room. Nancy screamed, and I ran to the house, but there was nothing to be done. His heart, already weakened by years of guilt, could not withstand his confession. He was dead before the doctor arrived. The room falls into heavy silence. Watson feels the weight of the story settling over him. Tragic, yes, but also somehow inevitable, as though all the events had been moving toward this moment. Holmes speaks at last, his voice thoughtful. And so the Colonel punished himself more severely than any court could have done, carrying his guilt for 3 decades until it quite literally broke his heart. Murphy nods slowly. Yes, there will be an inquest, a formality. The doctor has certified that the Colonel died of heart failure. There is no suggestion of foul play. My presence in the garden, my conversation with Nancy, these are known, but there is no crime in speaking with an old friend. The Colonel's confession was witnessed only by his wife, and she will not speak of it publicly. What purpose would be served by dragging his name through the mud now? And you, Major? Holmes asks gently. What will you do now? Murphy is quiet for a moment. I will do what I have always done. I will move on. My troop leaves for the coast in 2 days. My mongoose and I, we will continue our travels. I have no wish to remain here to complicate Nancy's life further. She needs time to grieve, to come to terms with what she has learned. Perhaps in time we will correspond, perhaps not. Either way, I am at peace. He rises slowly, like a man who has set down a great burden and is still adjusting to the lightness. I came here tonight because I needed to tell this story to someone who could hear it objectively and bear witness. Thank you for listening. Holmes rises as well, extending his hand. They shake quietly, firmly. Thank you for trusting us with your story, Major, Holmes says. The past is a foreign country, and sometimes it is best not to try to return there. What happened has played out to its natural conclusion. There is nothing more to be done except to remember, to understand, and to forgive. Forgive, Murphy repeats softly. Yes, I forgave James Barclay long ago, though I did not know then what I was forgiving him for, and strangely, I find I can forgive him for this too. I am still alive, after all. I have lived a life, and he paid for his choice every day for 30 years. His punishment was far greater than any I could have wished upon him. Watson speaks for the first time in many minutes. And Nancy, will she be all right? Murphy smiles faintly. Nancy is stronger than she appears. She has already survived believing me dead once. She will survive this too, and perhaps, in time, she will find peace as well. Truth, even painful truth, is its own kind of liberation. He moves toward the door, then pauses. Thank you, gentlemen, for listening, for understanding. I can sleep now, I think. For the first time in many nights, I believe I can truly sleep. And with that, the Major takes his leave, his footsteps receding slowly down the stairs, out into the summer night. Watson and Holmes remain standing for a moment, neither speaking. Then, slowly, they return to their chairs. The fire has burned very low now, just embers glowing faintly in the grate. The room is dimmer, softer, the shadows deeper. Watson breaks the silence at last. A sad tale, Holmes, and yet somehow peaceful. Holmes settles deeper into his chair, his eyes half closed. What we have witnessed tonight is not tragedy but resolution. Yes, the events were tragic, the betrayal, the lost years, the poisoned marriage, but all of that happened long ago. What we saw tonight was the ending, the final act where all the threads are tied off, all the secrets revealed, all the debts paid. He pauses, his voice softening further. All old wounds, Watson, all old sorrows, finally laid to rest. The Colonel carried his guilt for decades, and it killed him. The Major carried his loss, his exile, and Nancy carried her uncertainty. And now, in a strange way, they are all freed. The Colonel through death, the Major through confession, and Nancy through truth. Watson nods slowly, feeling sleep beginning to tug at him. And what of justice, Holmes? Holmes makes a dismissive gesture, his hand moving slowly through the air. Justice was served long ago in the choices made by frightened men, in the consequences that followed. The Colonel punished himself far more severely than any court could have done. He lived 30 years in a prison of his own making. That was his sentence, and he served it until it killed him. He falls silent, and Watson lets his eyes drift closed. In his mind, he sees the garden the Major described, apple trees heavy with fruit, their branches drooping towards soft grass, the evening air thick with the scent of flowers. He sees Nancy standing there, speaking quietly with the ghost of her past. He sees the Colonel, his face peaceful at last in death. He sees the Major walking away into the dusk, his mongoose on his shoulder, both heading toward peace. The clock ticks on, patient and steady. Outside, full night has fallen. Stars emerge in the sky above London, though the city's lights make them difficult to see. Somewhere a church bell tolls the hour, 8 slow chimes that fall into the darkness like stones into still water. Holmes reaches for his pipe but does not light it, merely holds it, a familiar comfort. "You know, Watson," he says after a while, his voice soft as a dream. "I think this may be my favorite sort of case, the kind where all the mystery has already resolved itself, the kind where we serve merely as witnesses, as listeners, as the keepers of stories that need to be told." Watson smiles without opening his eyes. "Not much need for your deductive powers in such cases, Holmes. On the contrary, my dear fellow, It takes considerable deduction to understand when not to deduce, when not to investigate, when to simply listen. The Major needed no detective. He needed an audience, a confessor, someone to hear his tale and acknowledge its truth. That, too, is a form of service. The night deepens around them. Mrs. Hudson has long since retired. The street outside has fallen silent, the city settling into its nocturnal rest. Only the occasional distant sound penetrates the quiet, a dog barking far away, the rumble of a late train, the whisper of wind in the eaves, the soft patter of light rain beginning to fall. Watson's breathing has grown slow and regular. He thinks again of India, sees it as the Major painted it with his gentle words, a place of golden light and red earth, of soldiers marching in the heat and then returning, decades later, as changed men carrying their stories like precious things. He thinks of Nancy, alone now in her house in Aldershot, coming to terms with the truth. He hopes she sleeps well tonight, that her dreams are kind, that morning brings her peace and strength. He thinks of the Colonel too, gone now beyond all earthly troubles, beyond guilt and fear. Whatever judgments await him, Watson hopes they are tempered with mercy, with understanding of how love can twist good men into making terrible choices. And the Major, dear, patient, forgiving Major Murphy, walking somewhere under the stars with his mongoose companion, finally unburdened, finally free. Watson imagines him finding a small cottage by the sea, sleeping to the sound of waves, waking to the cry of gulls, living out his years in simple, honest peace. The rain continues now, steady but gentle, a soft percussion on the window panes. Watson loves this sound, has loved it since childhood, the sound of rain on windows, while one is safe inside, dry and warm, with friends nearby, and nothing urgent, demanding attention. Holmes stirs slightly. Sleep well, Watson. Dream of apple trees and summer gardens, of old friends reunited and old wrongs forgiven. Tomorrow we shall wake to a new day, with new mysteries, perhaps, or perhaps simply another day of peaceful rest. Either way, we are ready. Watson murmurs something in response, though he is not sure what. The words drift away into the warm darkness. The fire has burned down to almost nothing now, just a faint glow, barely visible, like drowsy eyes watching over the sleeping world. In his mind's eye, Watson walks through that Indian garden, feels the warm breeze on his face, hears the soft rustle of leaves. Nancy is there, smiling gently, gesturing toward a bench beneath the trees. Rest, she seems to say. All is well now, all is forgiven. Rest. And he does. In his chair in Baker Street, with Holmes opposite, with London sleeping around them like a great contented cat, Watson rests. His breathing is deep and even, his face peaceful, his hands relaxed. Holmes watches him for a moment, his keen eyes soft with affection. Then he, too, lets his eyes close, lets his breathing slow, lets the peace of the night settle over him. The rain continues its gentle song against the windows, each drop a tiny percussion, thousands upon thousands of them, creating a lullaby as old as time itself. The sound fills the room, fills the mind, washes away thought, washes away worry, washes away everything but this, the present moment, the warm room, the two friends at rest. Time passes, though it hardly matters how much. The fire dies completely. The rain slows, then stops, leaving only the occasional drip from the eaves. The clouds part, and stars shine down, cold and distant and beautiful. Watson dreams, though he will not remember his dreams when he wakes. He dreams of gardens and journeys, of soldiers coming home, of secrets finally told and burdens finally laid down. He dreams of a mongoose with bright eyes, of apple trees in bloom, of a woman standing at a window watching the stars. The dreams are gentle, healing, asking nothing of him. They simply are, and that is enough. Holmes does not dream, or if he does, his dreams are different abstract patterns of thought, melodies half heard and never quite remembered. His mind, even in sleep, continues its quiet work, but gently now, without urgency, just the quiet hum of consciousness at rest. The night deepens further. 2 o'clock comes, then 3. The city sleeps, millions of souls in their beds, in their dreams. And in Baker Street, in that sitting room on the first floor, 2 friends sleep in their chairs, watched over by shadows, guarded by silence, held safe by the simple miracle of shelter and warmth and friendship. The mystery of the crooked man is no mystery at all, really. It is simply a story of humans being human, making mistakes, carrying burdens, seeking forgiveness, finding peace. It is a story as old as time itself, as familiar as breathing, as gentle as sleep. The Colonel made a terrible choice, driven by love and fear and selfishness. He paid for that choice every day of his life, carried it like a stone around his neck until finally it stopped his heart. The Major was betrayed, abandoned, left for dead. He survived, only to find his old life gone. He could have fought, could have sought revenge. Instead, he walked away, built a new life, learned to find peace in wandering, in simplicity, in the companionship of a clever mongoose and the open road. And Nancy loved 2 men, one lost to her through death, or so she believed, and one gained through that loss. She built a life not knowing it was founded on betrayal. For 30 years she lived with a shadow, never understanding its source. Now she knows the truth, and though it is painful, it also sets her free. 3 lives, intertwined by fate and choice, by love and betrayal, by silence and secret, and now, after 30 years, the circle is complete, the truth is told, the secrets are spoken, the burdens are lifted, and everyone, even the dead, perhaps especially the dead, can rest at last. The mongoose, somewhere in the night, curls up in the Major's travelling bag, its quick heart slowing, its bright eyes closing. It dreams, mongoose dreams, of hunting and sunshine, of applause and treats, of the familiar scent of its companion. It is content, knowing nothing of human drama. It knows only that it is safe, it is cared for, it is loved, and that is enough. The Major himself finds a room at a quiet inn, a small place run by a widow who asks no questions. He lies down on a narrow bed with clean sheets, and for the first time in weeks, perhaps years, he sleeps without nightmares, without the weight of untold stories pressing on his chest. His sleep is deep and dreamless and healing. Nancy, in her house in Aldershot, sits for a long while at her window, watching the rain and then the stars. She thinks of many things: her husband, now gone, her lost love, now found and lost again, her life, now changed forever. She cries, but they are not bitter tears. They are tears of release, of understanding. Eventually, she too retires to her bed, and though she does not expect to sleep, exhaustion claims her. She sleeps, and her sleep is troubled at first, full of memories, but gradually it deepens, calms, becomes peaceful. By morning, she will wake with a sense of clarity, of purpose, of a path forward. In Baker Street, the clock ticks on, patient and steady, marking the passage of time that heals all wounds, that softens all sorrows, that turns all mysteries into stories, and all stories into dreams, and all dreams into the peaceful darkness that holds us all. Watson breathes in, breathes out. Holmes breathes in, breathes out. The room breathes with them, the whole house, the whole street, the whole vast sleeping city breathing together in the summer night. And you, dear listener, you breathe with them too. You feel the peace of that room surrounding you, enfolding you, the warmth, the darkness, the gentle sound of rain and breathing and heartbeats. There are no urgent mysteries here, no pressing dangers, no reasons to remain alert. There is only this: the quiet room, the sleeping friends, the rain that has stopped and left only peace in its wake, and the knowledge that all is well, all is forgiven, all is at rest. The Major's journey is done, at least for tonight. Nancy's long uncertainty is ended. The Colonel's troubled soul is gone to whatever peace awaits beyond. And Holmes and Watson, those faithful companions, those witnesses to the human condition, they rest too, secure in their friendship, in their purpose, in the simple comfort of knowing they have listened, they have understood, they have offered the service of their attention and compassion. Let your own breathing slow now, matching theirs, slow and deep and easy, in and out, in and out, just breathing, just being, just resting in this moment that stretches on like a road with no ending, like a river flowing to the sea, like sleep itself, infinite and gentle and kind. Let your own thoughts drift away now, like leaves on water, like clouds across the sky, like smoke dissolving into air. You don't need to hold on to them. They'll be there tomorrow if you need them. Tonight, just let them go. Let them float away into the darkness, into the peace, into the soft embrace of sleep that has been waiting patiently for you. There is nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to understand beyond this. That peace comes to all who wait, that forgiveness is always possible, that every story, no matter how tangled, can find its ending in rest. The Major found his peace in confession, in being heard. The Colonel found his in release from guilt. Nancy found hers in truth, and you can find yours here, now, in this quiet darkness, in this safe space, in this gentle story that asks nothing except that you rest, that you breathe, that you let go. The shadows in the room have stopped moving, or perhaps they move so slowly the movement cannot be seen. They are not frightening, these shadows. They are friends, guardians, the soft darkness that tucks the world into bed each night, that covers the sleeping earth like a blanket. And morning will come, it always does. But that is far away yet, wonderfully far away. There are hours and hours of soft darkness still to come, hours of peace, of restoration, of dreams so gentle they barely register as dreams at all. Baker Street sleeps, London sleeps, England sleeps. The world turns quietly in the darkness, carrying its billions of souls through the night. But that is for later, for tomorrow. Right now, there is only this, the present moment, eternal and complete, perfect in its simplicity. Holmes and Watson will wake eventually, when morning light comes filtering through the curtains, when the sounds of the city drift up from below. They will stretch and yawn, a bit stiff from sleeping in chairs, but not uncomfortable. They will exchange glances and smile, remembering the Major's visit, his story, the peaceful resolution. They will have breakfast together, read the papers, discuss the day ahead. Life will go on, as it always does, but for now they sleep, and the Major sleeps, and Nancy sleeps, and the mongoose sleeps, curled in its bag. And all across the city, all across the world, people sleep, each carrying their own stories, their own burdens, their own hopes and dreams. And you sleep too, or are very close to it now, so close that you can feel the boundary beginning to blur, the line between waking and sleeping growing thin, beginning to dissolve like mist in sunshine. You are held safe in this moment, in this story, in this peaceful darkness that has no demands except that you rest, that you breathe, that you let yourself drift into the soft embrace of sleep. The story is ending now, or perhaps not ending, but simply fading, like a photograph left in sunlight, like footprints washed away by tide, like memory softening with time. The Major walks into the distance, growing smaller until he is just a speck on the horizon, then nothing at all. Nancy's window goes dark as she finally sleeps. The Colonel's spirit finds whatever peace awaits. Holmes and Watson breathe steadily, two friends at rest, two souls at peace. And Baker Street is quiet at last, perfectly, completely, beautifully quiet. The clock has stopped its ticking, or perhaps you have simply stopped hearing it. The shadows have stopped moving, or perhaps they have always been still. The rain has ended, leaving only the clean smell of water on stone, of the city washed clean, of the world made new. All the mysteries are solved, all the stories are told, all the restless souls have found their rest at last. And so, now, should you. Let go now. Let go of the story. Let go of the room. Let go of Baker Street and London. Let go of thinking and analyzing and wondering. Let go of everything except this simple act of breathing, of being, of resting in the darkness that holds you safe. Good night, dear listener. Good night to Holmes and Watson, sleeping in their chairs. Good night to the Major and his mongoose, travelling toward morning. Good night to Nancy, finding peace at last. Good night to the Colonel, wherever his spirit has gone. Good night to the city, to the world, to all the sleeping souls. Good night. Let the story fade now. Let the words fade. Let even the sound of my voice fade into silence, into peace, into the soft darkness where all things rest, where all things are held, where all things are finally, gently, perfectly still. The mystery is solved. The tale is told. The night is yours. Sleep well, dear friend. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. Dream of apple trees and summer gardens, of old wrongs forgiven and new paths opening, of journeys ending and journeys beginning, of rest earned and peace found. All is well now. All is well. All is well. Rest now. Rest. Sleep.
The evening settles over Baker Street like a velvet curtain, soft and encompassing, as the last golden rays of summer sunlight fade into the tender blue of twilight. You find yourself in that comfortable sitting room on the first floor, where the air holds the faint, reassuring scent of tobacco and old leather, mingled with the sweetness of Mrs. Hudson's tea cooling in china cups. The familiar creak of the floorboards beneath your feet is like a welcoming whisper as you sink into the well-worn armchair by the window, watching the gas lights begin to flicker to life along the street below. This is your haven, a quiet sanctuary from the ceaseless, clamorous heartbeat of London, a place where even the most baffling problems eventually yield to logic, patience, and companionship. Here, mystery coexists with peace. Inquiry sits hand in hand with repose. Sherlock Holmes sits across from you in his favourite chair, his long frame folded with that peculiar grace that belongs only to him. The pipe between his fingers releases delicate spirals of smoke that drift upward, catching the lamplight and dissolving into shadows near the ceiling. His eyes, usually so sharp and penetrating, have taken on a softer quality this evening, as if the peacefulness of the hour has worked its gentle magic even upon his restless mind. He's entirely at rest, a rare and deeply soothing sight. The silence between you is not empty, but fuller reservoir of shared experience and mutual understanding that requires no words to be appreciated. Outside, the muted clip-clop of a passing hansom fades into the distance. The city exhales. Even London seems to be nodding toward rest. "Watson," he says at last, his voice quieter than usual, almost contemplative. "Do you ever wonder at the curious patterns that run through human affairs? The way symbols and signs weave themselves through our lives like threads in a tapestry?" The question feels perfectly suited to the hour, one of reflection rather than urgency, of gentle thought rather than deduction. You settle deeper into your chair, the day's tensions melting away as you absorb the warmth of the fire. Outside, the city's hum has become a distant lullaby, a low, continuous vibration that is more felt than heard. A warm breeze drifts through the open window, carrying with it the scent of gardens and the faint perfume of night-blooming jasmine. You breathe deeply, allowing the calm to wash through you. "I suppose I do," you reply softly, "though I've never given it the same degree of consideration you have. Your life, after all, is built upon recognizing patterns, reading the hidden order in chaos." Holmes smiles, a rare and gentle expression that transforms his usually severe countenance. The hard lines of intellect seem softened by something almost tender. "Then let me tell you of a case that came to us not long ago, on an evening much like this one. A case of symbols and patterns, of dancing figures that held a secret message, yet resolved itself with surprising peace. A reminder, Watson, that not every cipher conceals a crime." He reaches for a sheet of paper on the side table, and you notice how the lamplight glows along its edges, turning it golden. "It began with a letter from a gentleman in Norfolk," he continues, "a Mr. Hilton Cubitt of Ridlingthorpe Manor, a solid, dependable country squire who found himself bewildered by the strangest of puzzles, the very image of English country stability suddenly confronted by a mystery of American origin. As Holmes speaks, his voice takes on that hypnotic cadence that always accompanies his storytelling. Each syllable falls with measured precision, yet carries a rhythm that invites the listener to drift. You feel yourself being transported away from Baker Street, away from the hum of the lamps, into the quiet landscape of rural Norfolk, where the fields stretch wide, and the only sounds are the sighs of the wind and the distant lowing of cattle. Mr. Cubitt arrived on a warm afternoon, Holmes says, with the dust of travel still on his coat and a troubled expression that did not suit his honest, open face. He was recently married, he told us, to an American lady of considerable charm and intelligence, though she carried with her certain mysteries from her past. Not dark mysteries, you understand, but simply the quiet shadows that all lives accumulate, the chapters we choose not to share, the stories that belong to earlier days. You can almost see him, a tall, ruddy man with the look of one accustomed to outdoor life, sitting awkwardly in the unfamiliar confines of the Baker Street sitting room. His fingers fumble for the papers in his pocket, his voice steady but uncertain. His wife, Elsie, had begun receiving messages, Holmes continues, his tone gentler now. Or so it seemed. Little drawings of stick figures, dancing men as they came to be called, appeared chalked upon window sills, scribbled on bits of paper left about the house, even scratched upon the garden gate. Childish things at first glance, yet they disturbed Mrs. Cubitt deeply. She would not explain her distress, but her husband saw how these crude symbols cast a pall over her happiness. The thought of it is haunting. Those simple drawings, whimsical on the surface, yet holding some secret terror for the woman who saw them. She implored her husband not to ask questions, Holmes goes on. But love and concern often make poor companions to silence. Mr. Cubitt, alarmed by his wife's agitation, copied several of the figures and brought them to me. He gestures toward the paper in his hand, covered in precise lines and curves, reproductions of the little men, each with their odd assortment of hats, flags, and limbs at various angles. You lean forward slightly, feeling again that quiet fascination that Holmes's cases always awaken, even in moments of calm. And you deduced their meaning? Eventually, replies, a faint amusement touching his lips. But what intrigued me most was not the code itself, though it was a cipher of some elegance, but the human story that lay behind it. You see, these little figures were not random decorations. They were letters, an alphabet of gestures designed for concealment, yet transparent once the pattern was known. He pauses to refill his pipe, the sound of the match flaring briefly illuminating the room with a golden glow. Smoke drifts upward again, thin and ghostly, curling toward the ceiling. Mr. Cubitt left us with a copy of the drawings and returned home. I set about my task that evening. There is, you see, something restful about deciphering. It demands full attention, yet allows the mind to work in a quiet, orderly fashion. As I reconstructed the alphabet, I felt the familiar calm of problem-solving settle over me. Every figure, every mark contained intention, and in time the message revealed itself, not of malice, but of regret, apology, and entreaty. He pauses, looking into the fire as though he can see the words forming in its glowing depths. The tale unfolds at a tranquil pace, as all true stories of reflection do. The mystery itself, though intriguing, becomes less about danger and more about understanding, about the delicate architecture of trust and the quiet courage it takes to reveal one's past. Elsie Cubitt, Holmes says softly, had once been connected to a man in America, a reckless figure from her youth who had sought her affection but whose life was steeped in crime. When she left that world behind, she hoped never to see its shadow again. But the past, Watson, has a way of tracing us, no matter the distance. The dancing men were messages from that old life, signs meant to summon her back, or at least to remind her she was not forgotten. Then it was blackmail, you ask? Not in the financial sense, Holmes replies. Rather a plea, desperate, clumsy, misguided, but not wholly malevolent. A cry from across the years. He leans back, the faint smile returning. I took pains to construct a response. In the same cipher, which would convey that she was under protection and that any further contact would bring only sorrow. The messages ceased thereafter. In time, peace returned to Riddlingthorpe Manor. The resolution is as calm as the telling, as the tension unwinds like the last thread of smoke from Holmes's pipe. Outside, the city has grown utterly still. Even the nightingale pauses between verses, letting silence reclaim its dominion. Strange, you murmur. To think that such childish drawings could conceal such depths of feeling. Ah, Holmes says, smiling, but emotion often dresses itself in simplicity. A cipher, a flower, a photograph. The human heart requires little to speak volumes. He gestures toward the fire, its flames dwindling to quiet embers. In that case, Watson, the true mystery was not of code or criminal intent, but of forgiveness. A woman's wish to leave behind her former self, and a man's willingness to accept her without question. There is beauty, I think, in such restraint. You nod, feeling the warmth of the moment deepen, not from the fire, but from the rare gentleness in Holmes's tone. His eyes, so often narrowed in calculation, now reflect only calm. "You surprise me, Holmes," you say with a soft chuckle. "You almost sound sentimental." He lifts one brow. "Almost, my dear Watson, but sentiment, when deserved, is no enemy of reason." The words linger in the air, blending with the quiet hiss of the fire. Holmes rises to his feet, moving to the window. Outside, the lamps cast long, golden paths along the damp cobblestones. Somewhere in the distance, a clock strikes 10, its chime clear and unhurried. "Observe the street below," he murmurs. "Even there, in the ordinary ebb and flow of human life, patterns emerge. The rhythm of footsteps, the pause of a carriage at the corner, the flutter of a curtain. All of it, Watson, speaks a language to those who listen." "And yet," you reply, "you choose to rest tonight rather than decode the city's pulse." Holmes smiles faintly, his silhouette framed by the dim blue of the night. Even the keenest instrument must occasionally fall silent to preserve its tone. The room seems to breathe with him, the ticking of the clock, the faint rustle of papers, the whisper of smoke coiling through still air. Time itself feels suspended, as though the world beyond Baker Street has paused to honor this fragile piece. For a long moment, neither of you speak. The night deepens, drawing its soft curtain around the city. You think of Mr. Cubitt and his wife, of the symbols that once carried fear but now rest forgotten in some drawer. You think of Holmes himself, brilliant, relentless, and yet, tonight, at peace. Perhaps that is the true essence of Baker Street. Not the thrill of deduction, nor the victory of logic, but the rare and quiet evenings like this, when the world narrows to two chairs, a fire, and the shared solace of understanding. Holmes finally turns from the window. "Watson," he says, his voice low and serene, "I believe there is tea left in the pot. Would you be so kind?" You pour the amber liquid, the faint clink of china sounding almost musical. Holmes accepts his cup with a nod, and for a while there is nothing but the rhythm of quiet breathing and the soft sigh of the city beyond. And so the night passes, not with the clamour of discovery, but with the stillness of comprehension. The cipher of human nature remains unsolved, perhaps unsolvable, yet for this hour it feels enough simply to exist within its tranquil mystery. Holmes rises from his chair with fluid grace and moves to his desk, where he keeps his files and papers in that chaotic order that only he can navigate. He returns with several sheets covered in carefully copied figures and spreads them before you on the low table. In the soft lamplight, the dancing figures seem almost alive, their simple forms somehow both playful and mysterious. The paper is slightly crisp, the pencil lines clean and precise. Cubit's faithful copies. I asked Mr. Cubitt to bring me copies of every message that appeared, Holmes explains, settling back into his chair. He was to note carefully where each was found and in what order. For you see, Watson, I recognized immediately what our country squire could not. These were not random drawings, but a cipher, a code, and codes, by their very nature, wish to be read, to surrender their secrets to the patient observer. You study the dancing figures, letting your eyes travel along their silent line. There is something peaceful about them, despite their mysterious nature. They dance in the lamplight, frozen in their cheerful poses, holding their secrets with innocent simplicity, a testament to the fundamental human desire to communicate even in secret. Over the course of several days, Holmes continues, his voice taking on an even softer quality, more messages arrived. Each time Mr. Cubitt would copy them faithfully and send them by post. And each evening I would sit here in this very chair with the lamp burning low and the city quiet around us, studying these little dancers and listening to what they wish to tell me. The rhythm of his quiet, deliberate investigation is immensely soothing. The room seems to grow warmer, more enveloping, as if the walls themselves are drawing closer in a protective embrace. You can almost see Holmes on those previous evenings, bent over his papers, his brilliant mind working through the puzzle with patient determination, a beacon of focused calm in the night. The frequency of certain figures became apparent, he says, and there is satisfaction in his voice, the contentment of a problem yielding to careful observation. Some appeared often, others rarely. Some always stood alone, others always in company. It was clear they represented letters, and with sufficient examples, the frequency of letters in the English language would guide me to their meaning. I began with the shortest messages, of course, looking for single letters or A and I, then moving on to common three-letter words like the or and. His voice grows even quieter, as soothing as rain on a rooftop. E is the most common letter, you see, followed by T and A. Patient observation, careful noting, gentle persistence. These are the tools that unlock most mysteries. Watson. Not drama or violence, but simply the willingness to sit quietly and watch patterns emerge like stars appearing in the evening sky. The complexity of the cipher dissolved not through flash, but through sheer, quiet application of method. You feel yourself relaxing more deeply into the chair, your muscles releasing tension you didn't know you were holding. The dancing figures on the page before you seemed to shimmer slightly in the lamplight, as if they might at any moment resume their silent coded dance. The message, when it revealed itself, was touching in its simplicity. Holmes continues, his voice hushed. "Come, Elsie." That was all. An old acquaintance, it seemed, reaching across the ocean with memories of Mrs. Cubitt's American past. Someone who knew her, who wished to see her, who used this childish code because it was a language they had shared in younger days. The terror was rooted not in the message's content, but in the mere fact of its delivery, the past refusing to stay buried. The story unfolds like a flower opening to moonlight, each petal revealing itself in turn. Holmes speaks of telegrams to America, of careful inquiries made with discretion and tact, of a past that was not shameful but simply left behind, like clothes that no longer fit. The investigation became an act of restorative diplomacy rather than a criminal pursuit. Mrs. Cubitt had indeed known difficult people in her youth, Holmes says softly, had moved in circles she later wished to leave. But there was no crime in her past, no deed that need haunt her, only memories of a harder time, and the fear that those memories might follow her to her new life of peace and comfort. The anxiety was entirely internal, a quiet battle between her two selves. You can feel the tension draining from the story, as it must have drained from the case itself. No violence here, no dark revelations, only the gentle untangling of misunderstanding, the soft light of truth dispelling shadows of unnecessary fear. The resolution was an act of emotional healing, conducted at a distance through the medium of cryptic drawings. The man who sent the messages meant no harm, Holmes continues, his voice barely above a whisper now. He was himself a changed person, seeking to assure Mrs. Cubitt that her secrets were safe, that he wished her only happiness in her new life. The dancing men were not threats but blessings, awkwardly expressed perhaps, but sincere, a clumsy attempt to check on an old friend from a distance. The night has fully settled now outside the window. The street is quiet, the city preparing for sleep. A gentle breeze stirs the curtains, bringing with it the cool freshness of evening air. I wrote to Mr. Cubitt with my findings, Holmes says, and suggested the gentlest of conversations between husband and wife, wherein old sorrows might be shared and new understanding reached. There is no mystery so dark, Watson, that it cannot be softened by truth spoken with love, in a quiet room, with patience and compassion. My greatest utility in this case was simply to provide the facts that allowed that conversation to occur. You feel the satisfaction of the resolution settling over you like a comfortable blanket. The dancing figures on the paper seem to smile now, their angular forms conveying only innocence and the simple joy of their name. And did they find peace, you ask, the question soft, almost a sigh. They did, Holmes confirms, and you can hear the smile in his voice. Mr. Cubitt wrote to thank me, saying that the conversation had indeed taken place, that understanding had been reached, and that his wife's spirits had lifted as if a great weight had been removed. The dancing men appeared no more, their message delivered and understood. The correspondent in America, assured of Mrs. Cubitt's happiness and wish for privacy, respected her new life and sent only his good wishes for her future. Holmes sets his pipe aside and leans back in his chair, his hands folded across his chest in an attitude of deep contentment. Sometimes, Watson, the greatest service we can provide is not the revelation of villainy, but the dispelling of unnecessary fear. Not all mysteries conceal darkness. Some simply wait patiently for the light of understanding. The lamp burns lower, its light growing softer and more golden. The room seems to breathe around you, a living space that has absorbed years of conversations, of problems solved and tensions released, of companionship and quiet understanding. This room, more than any other place, represents the victory of order over chaos. Those little dancing figures, you say thoughtfully, your voice barely above a whisper. They were rather charming, weren't they? Even in their mystery. Indeed they were, Holmes agrees, and they remind us that what appears threatening in shadow often reveals itself as quite benign in proper light. The human mind is wonderfully capable of creating fears from insufficient information, yet equally capable of releasing them when truth is gently revealed. The mystery was a mirror to her own unexpressed anxiety. You find your eyes growing heavy, the weight of comfortable drowsiness settling over you. The dancing men on the paper seem to blur slightly, their forms softening at the edges as if they might at any moment step free from the page and dance away into dreams. Mr. Cubitt sent a final letter some months later, Holmes murmurs, his voice now barely distinguishable from the soft sounds of the night outside. They had planted a garden, he and his wife, filling it with American flowers that reminded her of home, as well as English roses that represented her new life. The two blended beautifully, he said, creating something more lovely than either alone could be. The image is peaceful, almost dreamlike. A garden in Norfolk, flowers swaying gently in a summer breeze, a couple walking hand in hand between the beds, their earlier troubles forgotten in the simple pleasure of cultivation and growth. A perfect symbol of two lives successfully interwoven. And so the case of the dancing men concluded, Holmes says softly, not with revelations of crime or dramatic confrontations, but with understanding reached and peace restored. Sometimes, Watson, that is the best resolution we can hope for. Not justice pursued with fire and fury, but simply the gentle restoration of tranquility to troubled hearts. Here's the elaborated version of your closing section, expanded by about 300 words while preserving its tranquil, hypnotic cadence. Ideal for a sleep story or gentle narrative close. The flow has been deepened with sensory details, rhythm, and emotional warmth, allowing the listener or reader to fully drift into rest alongside Watson. You feel yourself drifting, suspended between waking and sleep, held safely in the comfortable room with your friend's voice wrapping around you like the softest wool. His words flow gently through the dim air, each syllable a ripple that carries you farther from thought and closer to rest. The lamplight seems very distant now, a faint, honey-coloured glow hovering at the edge of perception. It flickers once like a heartbeat, then steadies, the last watchful eye of the evening. The gentle ticking of the clock, once a clear, steady rhythm, has slowed and softened. Each tick feels less like a sound and more like a pulse in the quiet body of the house itself. Baker Street breathing. The faint rustle of paper, the sigh of the cooling teapot, the distant murmur of carriage wheels passing far below. All of it blurs together into a lullaby of London at rest. Sleep now, Holmes murmurs, his tone barely more than a whisper. You're not entirely sure if he's speaking to you or to himself, or perhaps to the very room and all it holds, the books, the pipe rack, the soft halo of smoke dissolving into the ceiling. Let the dancing men carry you to peaceful dreams, where all codes are simple, all mysteries kind, and all resolutions bring only contentment and rest. You feel the warmth of those words settle around you, as tangible as a blanket. The edges of the world begin to soften. Your eyes close without effort. The last thing you're aware of is the gentle sound of Holmes rising from his chair, the faint creak of wood, the soft sigh of fabric, the rustle of papers as he gathers his notes with deliberate care. You hear him move toward the lamp and turn it lower still, until only the faintest glow remains, a single star caught within glass. The shadows that remain are kind ones, familiar and close. The scent of tobacco, faintly sweet and earthy, mingles with the cooling fragrance of tea, the final anchor to your waking mind. Outside, London sleeps. Its restless energy quiets, the endless hum of thought and motion subdued under the vast dome of the night. Windows are dark, carriages few, footsteps rare. The great city that never truly stops has entered its gentlest hour, and here, in Baker Street, in this room that has witnessed triumph and tragedy, laughter and logic, peace reigns supreme. The dancing men have finished their message. Their purpose has been fulfilled. Now they too rest, ink lines and chalk marks fading into stillness, waiting patiently in their folder for the next curious soul who might rediscover them, who might remember that not all riddles hide danger. Some, like dreams, are simply stories written in code, meant to remind us that understanding can bring comfort, not fear. Their simple lines are reassuring, arms raised in greeting, legs bent in motion, tiny symbols of connection bridging two worlds, two hearts, two pasts. Even in their silence, they seem to hum with quiet joy. The breeze through the window drifts inward, cool and sweet. It carries the scent of distant gardens, of damp earth and soft petals, of roses and night-blooming jasmine. And perhaps, if you breathe deeply enough, you can catch a faint suggestion of something foreign and lovely. An American bloom thriving in English soil, resilient and at peace. Your last conscious thought is of those simple figures dancing in a line, their arms lifted in perpetual celebration, their legs caught mid-step in an eternal graceful rhythm. They dance at the threshold of your awareness, leading you gently down into the soft darkness of sleep. You follow them without hesitation, knowing that they mean no harm. They are guardians of dreams now, keepers of secrets already forgiven and transformed into peace. The room is silent, save for the clock's slow, steady heart. The lamp burns low, its glow now only a whisper of gold along the edges of your vision. The air feels thick with comfort, with presence, with rest. And there, in the hush, you release the last threads of thought. You let go of the day, of all its questions and small anxieties, of the endless turning of reason. You surrender to the deep restorative quiet that lies beyond words. In that quiet you sleep. Outside, the city dreams. Inside, Baker Street holds its vigil, gentle, timeless, unbroken. The mystery is solved. The case is closed. The heart, content, and the dancing men dance on, forever frozen in their innocent joy, forever keeping their silent watch at the edge of consciousness, where all good stories go when their telling is done. Sleep comes softly, inevitably, peacefully, and you welcome it home.
Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the Devil's Foot. The train carried us westward through the fading afternoon, its gentle rocking a rhythm as old as travel itself. I sat beside the window, watching the countryside unfold like pages in a familiar book, fields giving way to hills, hills softening into moors, and finally, as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, the first glimpse of the distant sea. The railway carriage was warm and comfortable, smelling faintly of wood polish and coal smoke, and the other passengers a farming family with their packages wrapped in brown paper, an elderly clergyman reading his breviary. All seemed to partake of the same peaceful atmosphere that had settled over our journey. Sherlock Holmes sat across from me, his eyes half closed, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. For once he seemed content to let the world pass by without comment or analysis, and I took this as a promising sign. The lean restlessness that had characterized his movements in recent weeks had begun to ease even before we left Paddington Station, as if the very act of departing London had loosened some invisible tether that had been holding him too tightly to his work. It had been Dr. Moore-Agar who suggested this respite. Holmes had been unwell, nothing grave, but his nerves had been overwrought from too many cases, too many nights without sleep, too much London fog seeping into his very bones. I had watched with growing concern as he pushed himself through one investigation after another, his brilliant mind never resting, never allowing itself the restoration it so desperately needed. He had grown thin, his sleep troubled, and there had been a brittleness to his energy that worried me deeply. The sea air, Moore-Agar had said, leaning back in his chair in his Harley Street consulting room, and complete rest, no cases, no puzzles, no cerebral exertion whatsoever. I know a cottage in Cornwall, near Poldhu Bay. Perfect isolation, perfect peace. The landscape alone will do half the work of healing. There's something about the vastness of the moor and the constancy of the sea that puts human troubles into proper perspective. And so we had come, leaving behind the clamour of Baker Street for this gentle journey toward the edge of England. I had packed our bags myself, including several novels I hoped Holmes might read, knowing full well he might not open them, but feeling it important to offer the possibility of simple, restful diversion. The cottage, when we arrived in the soft lavender light of evening, was everything one could wish for a restful retreat. It stood alone upon a low rise, with views of the wild moorland stretching away in one direction, and in the other the sea glimmering like hammered silver in the distance. The building itself was constructed of grey stone, weathered by centuries of wind and rain, until it seemed almost a natural outcrop of the landscape itself. Ivy climbed one wall, and a small garden more practical than ornamental grew vegetables and herbs in neat rows. The air was clean and cool, scented with gorse and salt, and the only sounds were the distant crying of gulls and the whisper of wind through the rough grass. I breathed deeply, feeling something tight in my chest begin to loosen. How long had it been since I had heard such profound quiet? In London there was always the rumble of traffic, the calls of street vendors, the general hum of humanity pressed together. Here there was only space and sky and the eternal conversation between wind and sea. Inside, all was simple and comfortable. Stone walls held the warmth of a coal fire that had been laid ready in the hearth, and deep chairs with worn leather upholstery invited one to sink into them with a book, or simply to gaze out at the changing sky. The rooms smelled pleasantly of beeswax and dried lavender. There were thick rugs on the stone floors, heavy curtains to draw against the night, and lamps that cast a golden glow when lit. Mrs. Porter, who kept the cottage, had laid a cold supper for us, fresh bread, local cheese, sliced ham, and a bowl of early strawberries that tasted of sunshine. After we had eaten, Holmes and I settled into the chairs by the fire. He had brought his pipe, of course, and I watched as he filled it with care, the familiar ritual seeming to ease something in his expression. "This was well advised, Watson," he murmured, lighting the pipe and drawing on it slowly. "I find I can breathe here in a way I had almost forgotten." I smiled, feeling the warmth of the fire and the satisfaction of knowing my friend might finally find the rest he needed. Outside, the twilight deepened into night, and one by one stars appeared in the darkening sky. The moor stretched away like a great dark sea itself, mysterious and ancient, but here within our walls all was warmth and safety and peace. So began our stay in Cornwall, and for several days we did very little indeed. We walked along the cliff tops in the mornings, where the wind was fresh and the views spectacular, the sea spreading out endlessly, its surface catching the light in ever-changing patterns. Sometimes the water was grey-green and choppy, whitecaps dancing across its surface. Other times it lay calm and blue, so still it seemed one might walk across it. We watched fishing boats moving slowly across the bay, their sails bright against the water, and we counted the seabirds that wheeled and dove in complex patterns that seemed to follow rules known only to themselves. We explored the moor in the afternoons, discovering standing stones half hidden in the heather, remnants of people who had lived and loved and worried about mysteries of their own long centuries ago. These ancient markers stood silent and patient, weathered by time until their original purpose had faded into legend. Holmes would sometimes place his hand upon them, feeling the texture of the lichen-covered surface, and I could see him contemplating the passage of years, the way all human concerns eventually dissolve into the larger story of earth and sky. We found narrow paths that wound between outcrops of granite, and we followed them without destination, content simply to walk and breathe and exist in this timeless landscape. The heather was beginning to show the first hints of the purple bloom it would wear later in the season, and the gorse blazed yellow wherever we looked. Rabbits startled at our approach, bounding away into the bracken, and once we saw a fox, red and elegant, watching us from a safe distance before melting back into the landscape like a dream. And in the evenings we returned to the cottage, where the fire was always waiting, and the hours passed in comfortable silence or quiet conversation. Holmes would sometimes play his violin, but softly, almost meditatively, drawing out slow melodies that seemed to echo the rhythm of the waves. Other times we would simply sit, watching the fire burn down to embers, listening to the wind outside, feeling the accumulated tensions of months beginning to release their hold. Holmes began to look better. The sharp angles of his face softened somewhat, and the intensity that usually burned in his grey eyes dimmed to something more like embers than flame. He slept well, ate well, and seemed content to let each day unfold without purpose or urgency. I began to hope that we might stay here longer than the fortnight we had planned, that this place might work its gentle magic until my friend was truly restored. It was on the 5th evening of our stay that the Tregennis family entered our lives, though they did so quietly, as befitted the mood of that peaceful time. We had walked further than usual that afternoon, following a path that wound along the cliff edge toward a small hamlet called Tredennick. The light had been particularly beautiful, golden and slanting, turning the gorse flowers into points of flame and casting long, soft shadows across the landscape. The sea had been calm, reflecting the sky like polished glass, and the air had been so clear we could see for miles in every direction. We had stopped to rest at a place where the path widened, sitting on a smooth boulder, still warm from the sun, and it was there that we encountered the vicar of the parish, Mr. Roundhay, who was also taking the air. He approached us with the unhurried pace of one who belongs to the landscape, his black coat and white collar, the only formal notes in a scene of wild natural beauty. He was a gentle man with kind eyes and a soft voice that seemed to belong to this landscape, the sort of voice one might use in speaking to children or animals, or in offering comfort to the bereaved. His face was weathered but peaceful, marked by years of tending to the spiritual needs of a scattered parish, walking these same paths in all weathers to bring communion to the isolated farms and comfort to the lonely. We fell into conversation easily, as one does when far from cities and formalities, and he told us something of the area, its history, its legends, the quiet lives of its people. He spoke of the ancient tin mines that honeycombed the earth beneath us, of the smugglers who had once used the coves and caves along the coast, of the small parish church with its weathered gravestones bearing names that repeated generation after generation. His stories were gentle and nostalgic, painting a picture of a place where time moved slowly and people remained connected to the rhythms of nature and the turning of the seasons. Before parting, he mentioned that he lodged nearby with a family named Tregennis, and that they would be pleased to make our acquaintance if we cared to call. Holmes, in his newly relaxed state, agreed readily, something that would have surprised me greatly in London, where he guarded his privacy fiercely. But here, in this peaceful place, the prospect of quiet company seemed welcome rather than burdensome, and so, a few evenings later, we found ourselves sitting in the comfortable parlour of the Tregennis home, as the light faded outside and candles were lit against the gathering dusk. The house was old and solid, built to withstand the coastal storms, with thick walls and small windows, but inside it was warm and welcoming, filled with the accumulated comfort of generations' worn furniture that fitted the body perfectly, faded carpets soft underfoot, shelves lined with books and small treasures collected over lifetimes. There were 3 siblings present, Mortimer, George, and their sister Brenda, along with Mr. Roundhay. The 4th brother Owen had his own household nearby, but had joined us for the evening. They were pleasant company, these T. Tregennis siblings. There was a gentleness to them, a quiet affection in the way they moved around one another, passing teacups and adjusting cushions, finishing one another's sentences in the way of people who have shared a lifetime. They spoke of local matters with affection, of the sea and the changing seasons, of small happinesses and gentle concerns. There was talk of a storm predicted for later in the week, of a neighbour's new grandchild, of the progress being made on repairs to the church roof. Ordinary things, human things, the small stitches that make up the fabric of a contented life. Brenda poured tea with care, her movements precise and graceful, and we all settled into that comfortable state between wakefulness and dreaming that comes when the day has been long and good, and the evening wraps around like a soft blanket. The tea was strong and hot, served with fresh cream and sugar, and there were small cakes that Brenda had baked that morning, still faintly warm and fragrant with vanilla. Mortimer Tregennis spoke of the old legends of Cornwall, tales of saints and spirits, of lights seen on the moor and voices heard in the wind. But he told them without fear, as one might tell fairy stories to children, and in that warm room with the firelight playing on the walls, they seemed harmless and almost comforting. These old stories that connected people to the land and to all who had lived here before. He spoke of Street Piran, who was said to have floated to Cornwall on a millstone, and of the piskies who might lead travellers astray on the moor, but always gently, with a smile that said he half believed and half knew better, finding pleasure in the ambiguity. "There is one tale," he said, his voice slow and soothing, settling deeper into his chair as the fire crackled softly beside him, "of the devil's foot, a root, some say, that grows in Africa, far from here. Legend speaks of its power to bring visions, terrible visions, some claim, though I think all such things are merely stories told on winter nights to pass the time. Still, there are those who say such roots were once traded along the old spice routes, valued by those who sought knowledge of hidden things, though what knowledge might be found in terror, I cannot say." George shook his head with gentle skepticism. "Mortimer collects these stories like some men collect stamps," he said fondly. "Our grandmother filled his head with such tales when we were children, and he's never quite let them go." "Perhaps I haven't," Mortimer agreed, smiling. "But they're part of this place, aren't they? Part of what makes Cornwall what it is. Every stone and stream has its story here, and whether they're true or not seems less important than the fact that people have believed them, have passed them down, have found meaning in them." We listened with half attention, the way one does when content and drowsy, and the conversation drifted on to other things, the spring planting, a wedding planned for summer, the simple matters of ordinary life. Owen spoke of his plans to expand his orchard, and Brenda mentioned that she was thinking of getting a new kitten now that the old mouser had passed away the previous winter. These small, domestic details wove themselves into the fabric of the evening, creating a tapestry of contentment and continuity. When we finally took our leave and walked back across the darkening moor to our cottage, it was with the pleasant tiredness of an evening well spent. The stars were emerging one by one, brilliant in the clear air, and our path was easy to follow even in the growing darkness. We had walked it often enough by now to know every turn, every stone. The night was calm, filled with stars, and I fell asleep easily, lulled by the distant sound of the sea and the knowledge that all was well in this quiet corner of the world. But in the morning, peace was troubled, though only gently, like the first small ripple on a still pond. Mr. Roundhay arrived at our cottage shortly after breakfast, his face pale but composed. "Forgive the intrusion," he said, "but something disturbing has occurred at the Tiragenis home. I wonder if Mr. Holmes might offer his insight." Holmes, who had been reading by the fire, looked up with interest but not alarm. "Of course," he said quietly. "Tell us what has happened." The story was strange and sad. During the night, Mortimer Tregennis had returned to check on his siblings, who had remained at the family home. He found them still sitting around the table where we had left them, but Brenda was dead, and her two brothers, George and Owen, were in a state of terror, their minds seemingly fled to some far place, from which they could not return. They sat staring, unseeing, while Brenda had fallen forward, her face still showing the traces of some great fear. Yet even as Mr. Roundhay told us this, there was something in his manner that kept the horror at bay. Perhaps it was the morning light streaming through our windows, or the continued calling of the gulls outside, or simply the fact that Holmes received the news with thoughtful calm rather than dramatic reaction. Most unusual, Holmes murmured, his fingers steepled. And you found no sign of violence? No disturbance? None, Mr. Roundhay confirmed. The room was as we left it. The window was shut, the door closed. It is as if some phantom fear descended upon them and departed, leaving this tragedy in its wake. Holmes rose and reached for his coat. Watson, would you care to accompany me? The morning is fine, and perhaps a walk to examine the scene will reveal some natural explanation for these events. And so we set out across the moor, the three of us, walking steadily through the soft morning air. The tragedy, while sad, seemed somehow distant, as if it belonged to the realm of dreams rather than waking life. The moor was alive with birdsong, and the heather moved gently in the breeze, and these living, peaceful things seemed more real than death and fear. At the Turgenis house, Holmes made his examination. He moved slowly, thoughtfully, through the room where the tragedy had occurred. The morning light streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner, and there was something almost reverent in the way Holmes approached his task, not with his usual restless energy, but with a measured calm that seemed to acknowledge the sadness of what had happened here. He studied the window, testing the latch, examining the frame for any sign that it had been forced or opened during the night. He checked the door, its hinges, its lock. He noted the positions of the chairs around the table, which remained as they had been found, and he observed the half-empty teacups, the cards that had been laid out for a game, all the small remnants of an evening that had ended in tragedy. He knelt by the fireplace and examined the ashes with particular care, sifting through them with a pencil, holding certain fragments up to the light, sniffing at them with his sensitive nose. I watched, knowing better than to interrupt, seeing the way his mind was working through the evidence, connecting pieces of a puzzle that only he could yet see. After a time he straightened and turned to Mr. Roundhay. I believe I can say with some confidence that this was not a natural occurrence, nor was it the work of any phantom. But neither was it violence in the common sense. Something was introduced into this room, something that, when burned, produced vapors capable of causing exactly these tragic effects. But what? I asked. What substance could do such a thing? That, Holmes said softly, is what we must discover. But I would ask that you trust me when I say that understanding will come, and with understanding resolution. For now, let us return to our cottage. The morning is beautiful, and there is nothing more to be done here. As we walked back, Holmes was quiet, but it was a peaceful quiet, the silence of thought rather than distress. I could see that his mind was working, but in that slow, deep way that indicated confidence rather than confusion, and I found myself trusting, as I always did, that he would find the thread that led through this maze. The days that followed were strange, poised between the tragedy that had occurred and the continued peace of our surroundings. The weather remained beautiful, the sun rising each morning over the sea and setting each evening behind the moor in displays of color that took the breath away. The world continued in its rhythms, indifferent to human sorrow, and there was something almost comforting in that indifference, a reminder that life persists, that seasons turn, that the great processes of earth and sky continue regardless of our small troubles. Holmes made inquiries, always gently, always without drama. He walked to the village and spoke with the shopkeepers. He talked with the doctor who had examined the bodies. He spent an afternoon with the constable, discussing what little evidence existed. But he did all of this calmly, as if he had all the time in the world, and I noticed that the investigation seemed to tire him less than such things usually did. Perhaps it was the surroundings, or perhaps it was simply that he approached this case from a place of rest rather than exhaustion. He learned that Mortimer Tregennis was now staying with Mr. Roundhay, grief-stricken but composed. He learned that there had been family tensions, old disagreements about inheritance and affection, the common sorrows of any family matters, of money and property that had created small rifts, never quite healed, but nothing that seemed to explain what had happened, nothing that pointed toward the horror of that evening. And then, 2 mornings later, Mortimer Tregennis himself was found dead in his room at the vicarage, under circumstances eerily similar to those that had befallen his siblings. He sat in his chair by the window, his face frozen in an expression of terror, though nothing in the room suggested violence or struggle. This time, Holmes's examination was even more thorough. He spent a long time in that room, and when he emerged, there was a light in his eyes, not excitement, but understanding. "Watson," he said, "I believe I know what happened, and more importantly, I believe I know who is responsible. But to prove it, I must conduct an experiment, and it is one that will require your courage and your trust." I looked at my friend, at the clarity in his expression, the calmness in his manner, and I nodded. "Always," I said simply. That evening, as the sun set and the first stars appeared, Holmes prepared. He had obtained a small amount of a substance, a root, ancient and rare, that had travelled across seas and continents to find its way to this remote corner of Cornwall. It was, he explained, the devil's foot of legend, though its origins were botanical rather than infernal. The root itself was gnarled and dark, unprepossessing to look at, and yet it held within it a power that seemed almost impossible to believe. When burned, its smoke produced hallucinations of the most terrifying nature, and in an enclosed space it could kill. Holmes explained this to me carefully, his voice steady and matter-of-fact, as if discussing the properties of any other plant. He told me of its use in certain African rituals, of how explorers had documented its effects, of the few samples that had made their way to England for scientific study. and he told me that he believed this was what had killed the Tregennis family. A small amount burned in the fireplace of their parlor, producing smoke that trapped them in visions of such profound horror that their minds could not withstand it. There is one man, Holmes said, his grey eyes serious in the lamplight, who would have both the knowledge and the motive to use such a thing. Dr. Leon Sterndale, the explorer. He has been in Africa. He would know of this substance, and he loved Brenda Tregennis. I have confirmed it through careful inquiry. When Mortimer told him what had befallen his siblings, Sterndale understood immediately what must have happened. He saw through the mystery in an instant, for he alone had the knowledge to interpret the signs, and so he took justice into his own hands, using the same method to punish Mortimer, whom he believed responsible for his beloved's death. But Holmes, I protested, how can you prove this? By demonstration, he replied. I will burn a small amount of this root, and we will observe its effects, but I will do so safely, with the windows open and only the briefest exposure. You must trust me, Watson. I did trust him, though I confess my heart beat faster as he prepared the experiment. Our cottage seemed suddenly very small, very far from help, and I found myself acutely aware of the isolation that had seemed so peaceful just days before. But I looked at Holmes's calm face, at the careful precision of his movements, and I steadied myself with the knowledge that he would not risk us unnecessarily. He placed the smallest fragment of the root in a metal dish, a piece no larger than a pea, and set it alight with a match. Almost immediately, a thick, oily smoke began to rise, filling the air with a sharp, acrid scent that caught at the back of the throat. The smoke moved strangely, too thick, too heavy, coiling in patterns that seemed almost purposeful. For a moment, just a moment, the room seemed to change. The shadows grew longer, darker, reaching toward us with what seemed like intention. The familiar comfort of our cottage felt suddenly uncertain, as if the walls themselves had grown thin and something vast and cold pressed against them from outside. I felt a touch of something cold at the base of my spine, a whisper of primal fear that made my hands clench on the arms of my chair. But then Holmes threw open the window with a swift, decisive movement, and the night air rushed in, clean and cool, carrying away the smoke, and with it that brief moment of unease. The stars were bright above, the moor stretched away, peaceful and solid, and the moment of strangeness dissolved like mist in sunlight. I drew a deep breath, then another, feeling my pulse slowly return to normal. You see, Holmes said, his voice steady, standing by the open window with the clean wind moving past him. The effect is immediate but fleeting. In an enclosed room, with a larger amount, the result would be what we witnessed, a horror so profound that the mind cannot sustain it. But here, with immediate ventilation and only the briefest exposure, we experience merely a shadow of its power, enough to understand, not enough to harm. He looked at me with concern. Are you well, Watson? I nodded, finding that I was. Yes, I said, and discovered it was true. The fear had passed completely, leaving behind only the memory of fear, which is a very different thing. It was unsettling, but brief. Precisely, Holmes said. And now we know. We have experienced in miniature what overwhelmed the Tregennis family in full measure. Knowledge, Watson, even of terrible things, has a way of rendering them less terrible. It is the unknown that truly frightens us. The next day, Holmes presented his findings to Dr. Leon Sterndale, who had returned to the area. They spoke privately, and I was not present, but later Holmes told me what had passed between them. Sterndale had confessed everything. He had loved Brenda Tregennis with a love that spanned years and distance. When he learned of her death, and understood its cause, for he recognized the signs immediately, he had sought to avenge her, using the only means at his disposal, the terrible knowledge he had gained in his travels. He had not acted from cruelty, but from a grief so profound it had overwhelmed all other considerations. Mortimer, driven by greed and resentment over family disputes, had used the route to eliminate his siblings, hoping to claim their inheritance. And Sterndale, in turn, had used the same terrible method to ensure justice was done. "And what will you do?" I asked Holmes. He was quiet for a long moment, looking out at the sea. "Nothing," he said at last. "Justice has been served, after a fashion, and to pursue the matter further would serve no purpose but revenge. Sterndale will leave Cornwall and never return. That is punishment enough, I think. The law is not always the same as justice, Watson, and in this case, I believe justice has already been rendered by a higher court than any we might invoke." And so it was concluded. The mystery of the Devil's Foot was solved, its shadows dispersed by the light of understanding. The terror it had brought was acknowledged, examined, and put to rest. The law would not be involved, for Holmes judged that human justice had already been rendered, and the complex truths of love and loss and vengeance were too tangled for any court to unravel fairly. In the days that followed, a deep peace settled over our retreat once more. The moor stretched away under gentle skies, the sea continued its eternal rhythm, and our cottage remained a haven of warmth and safety. Holmes seemed lighter, as if solving the mystery had allowed him to set down a weight he had not known he was carrying. We stayed another week, and in that time we walked more miles of the coastal path than I could count. We watched sunsets that painted the sky in shades of rose and gold and lavender, and we sat by the fire in the evenings, reading or talking quietly about matters that had nothing to do with crime or death or mystery. We spoke of books and music, of memories from our younger days, of plans for simple pleasures when we returned to London. One afternoon, we climbed to the highest point on the moor, where the view stretched out in all directions, the sea to the south, glittering in the afternoon sun, and inland the rolling landscape of Cornwall, patchworked with fields and dotted with small villages. The wind was strong there, clean and constant, and we stood for a long time in silence, simply breathing and being present in that vast, peaceful space. On our final evening, we sat outside the cottage as the stars emerged one by one. The air was soft and still, carrying the scent of the sea and the moor, and everything seemed suffused with a gentle contentment. A nightjar called from somewhere in the darkness, its churring song ancient and soothing. "This place has been good for us, Watson," Holmes said quietly. "For me, most of all. I find that sometimes one must step away from the darkness to remember that light exists, that most people live good, quiet lives, that tragedy when it comes can be understood and absorbed and moved beyond." I nodded, feeling the truth of his words settling into my bones like warmth. "Will you rest easier now?" I asked. "I believe I will," he replied. And then, with a small smile, "Though I suspect Baker Street will call us back soon enough. There are always mysteries, Watson, always puzzles waiting to be solved. But now I will face them from a place of balance rather than exhaustion." This interlude has reminded me that peace is always possible, even in a world touched by shadow. We sat in silence as the night deepened around us, and I felt a profound gratitude for this place, for this friendship, for the understanding that even in the presence of darkness, one could find calm and clarity and rest. The next morning, we packed our bags and prepared for the journey back to London. Mrs. Porter had prepared a hamper for us to eat on the train, and as we said our farewells, I found myself already feeling nostalgic for this place, for the quiet days and peaceful nights we had spent here. But as the train carried us eastward, I found myself carrying Cornwall with me, the memory of the sea's rhythm, the vastness of the moor, the feeling of standing at the edge of England with the wind in my face, and the knowledge that all was, ultimately, well. These things had become part of me, woven into my being, and I knew I could return to them in memory whenever the world felt too heavy or too dark. Holmes dozed across from me, his face peaceful in repose, and I thought about how stories of darkness can be transformed by understanding into something bearable, even illuminating. The Devil's Foot had brought tragedy, yes, but it had also brought clarity. It had shown us that even the most terrifying mysteries could be solved, their shadows dispersed, their lessons learned. And as London drew closer and our brief escape receded into memory, I knew that we would both carry this peace forward into whatever adventures awaited us. The moor would always be there in my mind, stretching away under endless sky. The sea would always be there, moving to its ancient rhythm, and the cottage would always be there, with its warm fire and its deep chairs, and its promise that rest and renewal were always possible for those wise enough to seek them. The train rocked gently onward through the afternoon, passing through small stations where people waited patiently on platforms, going about their ordinary lives. I watched the landscape change, growing gradually more populated as we approached the great city, but in my mind I was still on the cliff top, still walking the moor, still sitting by the fire in that peaceful cottage. I closed my eyes, letting the motion of the train lull me into that pleasant state between waking and dreaming. In my mind, I walked once more along the cliff tops, with the gulls calling overhead and the whole wide world spread out before me, beautiful and mysterious and, in the end, fundamentally kind. Sleep, when it came, was deep and dreamless and good, the sleep of one who has faced shadows and emerged into light, who has walked through mystery and found on the other side only peace. The rhythm of the rails carried me gently forward, and I dreamed of the sea of endless horizons, of a place where the wind never ceased its gentle song, and the stars shone bright and constant through the long peaceful night. And when I woke, London was waiting with all its noise and bustle and endless human drama. But I carried Cornwall within me, now a place of calm. Holmes and I would face whatever came next, together as we always had, but now with the knowledge that peace was not just a destination, but a state of mind, always available to those who knew how to find it. The mystery of the Devil's Foot was solved, its lessons learned, its tragedies mourned and understood, and we were ready once more for whatever mysteries the world might bring. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, a curious case of identity. The evening settles over London like a velvet curtain, soft and deep. From the windows of 221B Baker Street, the city below transforms into a tapestry of golden lights, each one a small beacon against the gathering dusk. The fog rolls in slowly, as it does on these autumn nights, wrapping the streets in a gentle embrace, muffling the distant sounds of carriages and footsteps until everything feels wonderfully distant and dreamlike. You find yourself in the familiar comfort of that cherished sitting room, where the fire crackles with the most soothing rhythm imaginable. The flames dance in shades of amber and gold, casting moving shadows that play across the walls like silent companions. The warmth radiates outward in waves, and you can feel it on your face, on your hands, seeping into your very bones with the most pleasant heaviness. Sherlock Holmes sits in his armchair by the fire, his long frame arranged in that particular way of his both alert and at ease. The light catches the sharp planes of his face, softening them somehow, and his eyes hold that distant look that means his mind is wandering through corridors of thought, peaceful and unhurried. Dr. Watson occupies the chair opposite, a newspaper resting forgotten on his lap, his attention drawn to the dancing flames and the comfortable silence that fills the room like warm honey. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks with a gentle, steady rhythm. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Each sound is a small reassurance, marking time passing slowly, easily, without urgency or concern. Outside, the fog presses against the window panes, creating a cocoon of safety and warmth within these familiar walls. The Persian slipper on the mantel, stuffed with Holmes's tobacco, sits in its customary place, a small detail that speaks of routine and comfort and the pleasant predictability of this haven. A curious thing, Watson, Holmes murmurs, his voice low and contemplative, perfectly suited to the drowsy atmosphere. How the human heart so often seeks what it already knows, even when it pretends to search for something new. Watson makes a soft sound of acknowledgement, not quite ready to leave the peaceful reverie the fire has induced. But Holmes continues, his words flowing like a gentle stream, each one carefully chosen, unhurried. "I am reminded of a case," he says, reaching for his pipe with languid grace, "from not so long ago, autumn, much like this evening. The leaves were turning golden in the parks, and there was that particular quality to the light, you know, the one where everything seems softer, more forgiving. The afternoons grew shorter, and people began to light their lamps earlier, creating these small islands of warmth and light against the encroaching darkness." He pauses to light his pipe, and the small ritual is mesmerizing in its simplicity. The scratch of the match, the brief flare of light, the first curl of smoke rising lazily toward the ceiling. The tobacco has a pleasant, earthy scent that mingles with the wood smoke from the fire, creating an aroma that speaks of comfort and contemplation. "A young woman came to see us," Holmes continues, settling deeper into his chair. "Miss Mary Sutherland. I can see her still, as clearly as if she were sitting in that very chair you occupy. She wore a dress of deep plum, quite striking against the grey afternoon, and a hat with a rather elaborate feather that caught the light whenever she moved her head. The feather was dyed a shade of burgundy, and it swayed with each breath she took, as if it had a life of its own." Watson smiles faintly, remembering. The memory arrives slowly, gently, like something surfacing from beneath still water. "She was nervous," Holmes says, in the way that people are when they've decided to share something important but aren't quite sure how it will be received. Her hands moved constantly, adjusting her gloves, touching her brooch, smoothing her skirt, small, fluttering movements, like a bird settling on a branch. There was something endearing about it, something that spoke of vulnerability and courage combined. The fire pops softly, and a shower of sparks drifts up the chimney. The sound is comforting, familiar. Everything about this moment feels safe and removed from the world's sharp edges. The armchairs seem to embrace their occupants, the cushions perfectly molded to provide maximum comfort. She told us her story in a voice that was quiet but determined, Holmes recalls. She had fallen in love, she said, with a gentleman named Hosmer Angel. What a name that was! It seemed to float in the air when she spoke it, full of hope and longing. Hosmer Angel. It had a romantic quality, didn't it? Almost poetic. The kind of name one might find in a novel, where everything works out beautifully in the end. Holmes draws on his pipe, and the smoke curls upward in lazy spirals, forming shapes that dissolve and reform, endlessly fascinating if you let your eyes follow them. Dragons and castles and sailing ships, all made of nothing but smoke and imagination. They had met at a ball, he continues, she explained, one of those pleasant social gatherings where the music is soft, and the lights are low, and everyone seems more beautiful than they do in the harsh light of day. The gasfitter's ball, actually a perfectly respectable event. Her stepfather had been away on business, and her mother had encouraged her to go, to enjoy herself, to dance and be young. The story unfolds with the gentle inevitability of a dream. There's no rushing, no urgency. Each detail arrives in its own time, adding to the tapestry. Holmes's voice continues, smooth and unhurried, like honey dripping from a spoon. Mr. Angel was there, standing somewhat apart from the crowd. She noticed him because of his solitary nature, she said. He wasn't dancing with the others, wasn't caught up in the social whirl. He simply stood at the edge of things, watching, and there was something in his bearing that caught her attention. Something thoughtful, perhaps, something that suggested depths. Watson shifts slightly in his chair, the leather creaking softly. The sound blends into the symphony of small noises that make up the room's peaceful atmosphere, the fire, the clock, the distant sounds of London held at bay by the fog and the walls. Somewhere far below, a door closes gently. Footsteps pass on the street, muffled and distant. They began to talk, Holmes says, and she found him fascinating. He was shy, he told her, uncomfortable in crowds. He preferred quieter settings, more intimate conversations. He had traveled, he said, seen something of the world. He worked in an office in Leadenhall Street, respectable work, and he spoke of it with neither pride nor complaint, merely as a fact of his existence. The clock continues its gentle ticking, each sound a small heartbeat in the quiet room. The rhythm is hypnotic, soothing, a constant reminder that time is passing, but there's no need to hurry, no need to rush through this moment. He called on her the next day, Holmes continues, and the day after that, always when her stepfather was away on business. They would sit in the parlour, with her mother as chaperone, and they would talk for hours. About books, she was fond of French novels, and he claimed to share her taste. About music, she played the piano a little, and he would listen with what seemed like genuine appreciation. About hopes and dreams and the small details of daily life. Holmes pauses, gazing into the fire. The flames have settled into a steady burn now, neither leaping nor dying, simply maintaining their warm glow. The light plays across his face, highlighting the thoughtful expression, the slight furrow between his brows that indicates deep consideration. He was attentive, Holmes murmurs, in the way that people long to be attended to. He remembered things, she said. He asked follow-up questions about topics they'd discussed days before. He brought her small gifts, a book she'd mentioned wanting to read, a music box that played a tune she liked, nothing extravagant, but thoughtful, personal. Watson nodded slowly, his eyes half closed now, the warmth and the story combining to create a profound sense of drowsiness. And then, Holmes says softly, he proposed. Not with grand gestures or dramatic declarations, but quietly, sincerely. In the parlour, on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, with the rain pattering against the windows and the tea growing cold in their cups. Would she marry him? Would she consent to be his wife? The question hangs in the air for a moment, gentle and unhurried. Outside, the fog has thickened further until the windows show nothing but a soft grey blankness, as if the world beyond these walls has simply dissolved into mist. She said yes, of course, Holmes continues. How could she not? He was everything she had hoped for, kind, attentive, genuine, or so it seemed. They made their plans. A small wedding, nothing ostentatious, just the two of them, a minister and a few witnesses, simple and perfect. Holmes reaches for his tobacco pouch, begins the slow, meditative process of refilling his pipe. Each movement is deliberate and calm, almost ceremonial. The pouch is made of soft leather, worn smooth by years of use, and it makes a gentle rustling sound as he opens it. But there were peculiarities, he says, tamping the tobacco down with care. Small things, individually meaningless, but together forming a pattern. Mr. Angel insisted on secrecy. Her stepfather mustn't know about the engagement, not yet. There were reasons, he said, complicated reasons having to do with business and propriety and timing. She must promise not to mention him when her stepfather was present. The pipe is ready now, and Holmes lights it again, the match flaring briefly in the dimness. The first puff of smoke rises, and he watches it ascend toward the ceiling, his expression thoughtful and distant. He avoided meeting her in public places, Holmes continues. He preferred the privacy of her home or quiet walks in less frequented areas of the city. He claimed to have sensitive eyes, she said. Bright lights bothered him. Crowds made him anxious. These were reasonable explanations, taken individually. Many people have such sensitivities after all. The fire shifts again, settling deeper into itself. The coals glow with that deep, pulsing red that seems to come from somewhere beyond mere combustion, as if the fire is remembering the heart of the sun, the center of the earth. All sources of warmth and light distilled into this small, domestic hearth. And the letters, Holmes says, his voice growing even softer, as if he's sharing a secret. Oh, Watson, the letters. He wrote to her every day. Beautiful letters, full of poetry and promise and devotion. Pages and pages, expressing his feelings, his hopes for their future, his gratitude at having found her. Holmes pauses, and in that pause, the room seems to grow even more peaceful, even more removed from the ordinary world. It's as if they've slipped into a pocket of time where nothing can intrude, where the story can unfold at its own natural pace. But the letters were typewritten, Holmes says. Every single one, not a handwritten word among them. This struck me as unusual. Love letters are traditionally handwritten, aren't they? There's something personal, something intimate about seeing the actual hand of the beloved forming the words. But Mr. Angel had an explanation. His handwriting was poor, he said, nearly illegible. He'd developed a problem with his right hand, some sort of tremor or weakness. The typewriter was a necessity, not a choice. Watson makes a small sound of understanding. His head has drooped forward slightly, and his breathing has grown deeper, more regular. He's on the edge of sleep, that pleasant borderland where consciousness begins to blur and soften. She accepted this explanation, Holmes continues, as she accepted all the others. Why wouldn't she? He had been nothing but kind to her, nothing but devoted. These were simply his eccentricities, the small quirks that make each person unique. We all have them, don't we? Our preferences, our sensitivities, the ways in which we differ from the norm. The clock chimes softly 1/2 The sound is melodious and gentle, another layer in the peaceful atmosphere. Time continues to pass, but it doesn't matter. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do but settle more deeply into this moment. The wedding day arrived, Holmes says, and even these words, which should carry weight and drama, emerge as soft as everything else. A Thursday morning in early autumn. The sky was overcast but not raining, the air crisp and cool. Miss Sutherland woke early, filled with anticipation. Today she would become Mrs. Hosmer Angel. Today her life would begin anew. Holmes's voice has taken on an almost hypnotic quality, each word arriving with perfect timing, creating a rhythm that matches the fire, the clock, the gentle breathing of the room itself. She dressed carefully, he continues, in a traveling dress of dark blue, practical but attractive. She packed a small bag with necessities for the honeymoon they were to go to Brighton, Mr. Angel had said, for a few quiet days by the sea. She said goodbye to her mother, received her blessing, and waited by the window for the hansom cab that would take her to the church. The image forms in the mind, soft and clear. The young woman at the window, watching the street, her heart full of hope. The morning light filtering through the clouds, creating that peculiar luminosity that comes before rain. The quiet anticipation of a life about to change. The cab arrived precisely on time, Holmes says. She saw it turn the corner and pull up before the house. She saw a figure inside Mr. Angel, she assumed, come to collect her for their journey to the church. Her heart leapt. This was it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. Holmes pauses, and the pause is full of the weight of what comes next. Yet even that weight is somehow gentle, bearable, softened by the passage of time and the peaceful atmosphere of this evening's telling. She hurried down the stairs, he continues, opened the front door, stepped out into the morning. The cab driver looked down at her, touched his hat. She reached for the door of the cab, ready to step inside, to sit beside her beloved and ride with him to their new life. The fire crackles again, a soft sound that seems to emphasize the quiet of the room. Watson's breathing has become the deep, even rhythm of sleep. He has surrendered to the story, to the warmth, to the inevitable pull of rest. But as she reached for the door, Holmes says softly, the cab lurched forward. It pulled away from the curb, merged into the morning traffic, and disappeared down the street. She stood there, frozen, uncomprehending. Had there been some mistake, some confusion about the meeting place? She waited for the cab to return, to circle back, for Mr. Angel to emerge, apologizing for the error. Holmes's voice is barely above a whisper now, as gentle as a lullaby. But the cab did not return. Minutes passed, then an hour. The church bells rang for the appointed time of the ceremony, then fell silent. Still she stood there, her bag in her hand, watching the street. But Mr. Angel did not come. No message arrived, no explanation. He had simply vanished, like morning mist burned away by the sun, like a dream dissolving upon waking. One moment he was there, or seemed to be, and the next he was gone. The sadness of the moment is real, but it's softened by distance, by the warm glow of the firelight, by the certain knowledge that this story, like all stories, will find its resolution. She waited 3 days, Holmes continues, hoping for a letter, a message, some explanation, but nothing came. Finally, in desperation, she came to us, to Baker Street, climbing these very stairs, sitting in that chair where Watson now sleeps, telling her story with tears in her eyes and hope still clinging stubbornly to her heart. Holmes sets his pipe aside, reaches for the poker, and gently stirs the fire. The coals shift, revealing new surfaces that glow with renewed brightness. The light in the room swells momentarily, then settles back to its previous gentle dimness. I listened to her story, Holmes says, and as she spoke, the pieces began to arrange themselves in my mind. The insistence on secrecy, the avoidance of public places, the typewritten letters, the disappearance on the wedding day. Individually, they were merely peculiar. Together they formed a picture. He settles back in his chair, and the leather creaks softly, comfortingly. The sound is as familiar as an old friend's voice, as soothing as a remembered lullaby. I asked to see the letters, Holmes continues. She had brought them with her, tied with a ribbon, treasured and reread countless times. I examined them carefully, Watson. Not the words, though they were eloquent enough, but the physical letters themselves, the paper, the typeface, the spacing. Holmes's voice takes on the quality of someone sharing a discovery, but gently, without excitement or agitation, just the calm satisfaction of understanding something that had been obscure. Every typewriter has its peculiarities, he says. The keys don't strike quite evenly. Some letters sit higher or lower than others. Some have small imperfections, a nick, a bend, a slight misalignment. These are like fingerprints, Watson, unique to each individual machine, impossible to disguise or replicate. The clock continues its steady ticking, and outside, somewhere in the fog-shrouded city, a church bell tolls the hour. The sound is distant and dreamlike, more felt than heard. I noted the peculiarities of this typewriter, Holmes continues. The lowercase e sat slightly higher than its fellows. The oar had a small nick in the upper loop. The ter leaned infinitesimally to the right. Small things, but distinctive, unmistakable. He pauses, and in that pause, the room seems to breathe. The walls expand and contract gently, like lungs. The shadows pulse in time with the firelight. Everything is alive and peaceful, existing in perfect harmony. I made inquiries, Holmes says, quiet inquiries, discreet inquiries, about Miss Sutherland's family, about her late father, about her stepfather, Mr. Windybank, a wine merchant, successful and respectable. He had married her mother when Mary was quite young, and they lived together in apparent harmony in a comfortable house in Camberwell. Holmes reaches for a glass of water that sits on the small table beside his chair. He drinks slowly, savoring the coolness, the simple pleasure of quenching thirst. When he speaks again, his voice is even softer, as if the act of drinking has relaxed him further. I learned that Miss Sutherland had a small income, he says, inherited from her late father. £100 per year, not a fortune, but not insignificant either. By the terms of her father's will, this income was hers to do with as she pleased, unless she married. If she married, the capital would transfer to her husband, and she would receive the income only at his discretion. The pieces of the puzzle are falling into place now, gently, inevitably, like leaves settling to the ground in autumn. There's no shock, no sudden revelation, just the slow accumulation of understanding. While Miss Sutherland remained unmarried, Holmes continues, and living at home, this income was effectively controlled by Mr. Windybank. He managed her affairs, paid her bills, doled out her allowance, and he, naturally, benefited from this arrangement. An extra £100 per year was most useful to a man in business. Holmes gazes into the fire, his expression thoughtful and distant. The light catches the grey at his temples, turns it silver, makes him look like a figure from a fairy tale, a wise counselor dispensing truth with kindness. I requested a sample of Mr. Windybank's correspondence, he says. A business letter, something innocuous. I told him I was making inquiries on behalf of a client interested in wine importation. He was happy to oblige, sent me several letters describing his business practices, his suppliers, his terms. Another pause, longer this time. The fire burns steadily, requiring no attention. The fog presses close against the windows, creating a sense of complete enclosure, of being wrapped in cotton wool, safe and secure from all harm. The letters were typewritten, Holmes says softly, and the typewriter was the same. The raised E, the nicked the leaning nt. Every peculiarity matched perfectly. Mr. Windybank's business correspondence had been written on the exact same machine that had produced Hosmer Angel's love letters. The revelation sits in the air, but it's not shocking. It's simply true, and truth has its own gentle weight, its own quiet dignity. The solution was clear, Holmes continues. Mr. Windibank had created Hosmer Angel. He had invented him entirely, the name, the personality, the courtship. He had disguised himself, met his stepdaughter at the ball, courted her under this false identity. The tinted glasses, the whispered voice, the preference for dim lighting, all of it designed to prevent recognition. Holmes shifts in his chair, finding an even more comfortable position. The leather creaks again, and the sound is like an old friend clearing their throat before continuing a beloved story. The typewritten letters ensured that his handwriting wouldn't give him away, he says. The insistence on secrecy meant Mary wouldn't mention her fiancé when her stepfather was present. The avoidance of public places reduced the risk of encounter with someone who might recognize him despite his disguise. Every detail was calculated, every precaution taken. Watson sleeps on, his breathing deep and peaceful. The firelight plays across his kind face, and he looks younger in sleep, more vulnerable, more at peace. And the wedding day, Holmes says, his voice now barely more than a murmur, was the final act of the deception. Mr. Windibank entered the hansom cab in disguise as Hosmer Angel, knowing Mary would be watching from her window. The cab pulled up, he stepped inside, and then, having been seen entering the cab, he simply told the driver to proceed. He rode away, leaving his stepdaughter standing on the pavement, heartbroken and abandoned. Holmes closes his eyes for a moment, and when he opens them again, they reflect the firelight, twin pools of amber warmth. He then removed his disguise during the journey. Holmes continues, resumed his normal appearance, and went about his business as usual. When he returned home that evening, he would find his stepdaughter distraught, her wedding day ruined by an incomprehensible abandonment, and he would comfort her, play the sympathetic stepfather, encourage her to wait for her lost love to return. The cruelty of it should be shocking, but Holmes's voice keeps it gentle, distant, like something that happened long ago and far away. A story, not a tragedy. A puzzle solved, not a wound still bleeding. For if she waited for Hosmer Angel, Holmes says, if she remained faithful to this vanished suitor, she would never seriously consider another marriage. And Mr. Windibank could continue to enjoy the benefit of her income indefinitely. He had ensured himself a steady financial advantage, while appearing to be nothing more than a caring guardian, concerned for his stepdaughter's happiness. Holmes reaches for his pipe again, but doesn't light it. He simply holds it, the familiar weight of it in his hand a comfort in itself. I confronted him, of course, he says. I invited Mr. Windibank here, to this very room, and I laid out the evidence before him. The typewriter, the timing of Mr. Angel's visits coinciding exactly with Mr. Windibank's business absences, the physical description of Hosmer Angel matching Mr. Windibank's build and height, the convenient myopia that required tinted glasses, the supposed tremor that necessitated the typewriter. The fire pops softly, and a small flame leaps up, dances for a moment, then subsides back into the glowing coals. It's as if the fire itself is listening, responding to the story with its own gentle commentary. He denied it at first, Holmes continues, as such people always do, but the evidence was overwhelming, and eventually he saw that denial was futile. His shoulders sagged, the bluster left him. He sat where Watson sits now, and he looked into the fire, and he asked me what I intended to do. Holmes's voice is full of compassion now, despite the nature of the crime he's describing. He understands human weakness, human greed, the small compromises that lead to larger betrayals. I told him the truth would come to light, Holmes says. That was inevitable. The question was merely whether he would confess to Miss Sutherland himself, or whether I would do it for him. I gave him a choice, Watson. I always try to give people choices when circumstances permit. We are all the architects of our own fates, even when those fates are unpleasant. The room has grown dimmer still, the fire burning lower, but the darkness is friendly, welcoming. It's the darkness of a bedroom at night, of closed eyes preparing for sleep, of a world gently receding as consciousness drifts away. He chose to confess, Holmes murmurs, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say he chose not to resist any longer. He was weary, I think. Weary of the deception, weary of maintaining two identities, weary of the constant fear of discovery. There was something almost like relief in his face when he agreed to tell Mary the truth. Holmes sets his pipe on the table beside him with a soft click. His hands fold in his lap, and he gazes into the dying fire with an expression of profound peace. I don't know the details of that conversation, he says softly. Miss Sutherland never returned to tell me about it, but I imagine it was painful, as truth often is when it shatters a cherished illusion. I imagine there were tears, recriminations, a sense of betrayal that cut deep. The clock ticks on, marking the passage of time with its gentle, insistent rhythm. The fog outside has become so thick that it seems to press against the windows like something solid, something that might be touched if one reached out a hand. But I also imagine, Holmes continues, that after the pain came understanding, and after understanding came freedom. For Miss Sutherland was free now, free of the false love, free of the waiting, free of the ghost who had haunted her heart. She could move forward with her life, sadder perhaps, but wiser, no longer trapped by an illusion. Holmes's eyes are closing now, his voice growing fainter, as if he too is surrendering to sleep, to the gentle pull of dreams. And Mr. Windibank, he murmurs, would have to live with the consequences of his choices. He had damaged his relationship with his stepdaughter, perhaps irreparably. He had revealed himself to be capable of sustained cruelty in service of financial gain. These are not easy truths to live with, but truth, however painful, is always preferable to deception, always. The fire has burned down to mere embers now, glowing softly in the grate like distant stars. The room is filled with warm shadows, layers of gentle darkness, soft and safe and infinitely comfortable. The case was about identity, Holmes whispers, his words barely audible, but not in the way the name suggests. It was about false identities, yes, but also about true ones, about the masks we wear and the faces beneath them, about the person we pretend to be and the person we actually are, about the courage it takes to see clearly and the grace required to accept what we see. His breathing has slowed, deepened, fallen into rhythm with Watson's. The two friends sleep in their chairs, the firelight playing across their peaceful faces, and the room breathes with them in perfect harmony. We all deceive ourselves sometimes. Holmes murmurs so softly now that the words are almost inaudible, almost part of the fire's whisper, almost indistinguishable from the gentle ticking of the clock. We all create false identities, false hopes, false loves, but eventually the truth reveals itself. Eventually the masks fall away. Eventually we see clearly. The last ember pulses in the grate, a final heartbeat of warmth and light. Outside, London sleeps beneath its blanket of fog, the street lamps glowing like distant moons, the city quiet and at peace. Inside 221B, the darkness is complete now, but it's a friendly darkness, a welcoming darkness, the darkness of closed eyes and drifting thoughts, and the soft descent into dreams. Sleep well, Holmes whispers, his voice now part of the silence, part of the darkness, part of the gentle rhythm of breathing and firelight and fog. The mysteries can wait. They will still be there in the morning. For now, there is only this, the peace of the evening, the comfort of friendship, the sweet release of sleep. And the room breathes on, in and out, steady and slow. The shadows deepen into something soft and safe. The fog wraps the building in layers of gentle protection. Time itself seems to slow, to pause, to hold this moment in its arms like something precious. Everything is exactly as it should be. The case is closed. The truth is revealed. Justice, in its quiet way, has been served. Miss Sutherland will wake tomorrow to a new life, one built on reality rather than illusion. Mr. Windibank will wake to the consequences of his choices. And in this room, Holmes and Watson sleep peacefully, their day's work done, their minds at rest. But that is tomorrow's concern. Tonight there is only peace, only stillness, only the gentle, irresistible pull of sleep. Let your own breathing slow and deepen, matching the rhythm of the sleeping detectives. Let your body sink more fully into whatever supports you, feeling the pleasant weight of relaxation in every muscle, every limb, every fiber of your being. Feel how your arms grow heavy, how your legs seem to melt into the surface beneath them, how your head finds the perfect position, requiring no effort to maintain. There is nothing you need to do, nowhere you need to be. The mysteries of your own life can wait until morning. The questions that troubled you earlier have lost their urgency, their sharp edges softened by this story, by this peaceful atmosphere, by the certain knowledge that all things, in time, find their resolution. For now, there is only this: the comfort of the story, the warmth of the imagined fire, and the soft, welcoming darkness that leads to dreams. You are safe here, in this moment, in this gentle space between waking and sleeping. The fog has wrapped around you too, protecting you from the world's demands, insulating you from worry and care. Sleep now, as Holmes and Watson sleep. Let the gentle darkness hold you. Let the peace of Baker Street become your peace, the stillness of this autumn evening your stillness. Let the rhythm of the clock become the rhythm of your heartbeat, steady and slow and perfectly, wonderfully calm. The books on the shelves hold their stories in silence, waiting patiently for another day. The papers on Holmes's desk rest undisturbed, their urgent messages transformed by darkness into nothing more than shapes and shadows. The violin in the corner waits quietly, its music suspended in the space between notes, in the infinite pause that is this moment of perfect peace. Everything is exactly as it should be. The world continues on its way, spinning through the darkness of space. But here, in this small room, in this moment outside of time, there is only stillness, only peace, only the soft, inevitable pull of sleep. Your eyelids grow heavier with each word, each breath, each gentle beat of your heart. The effort of keeping them open becomes too much, and it's such a relief to let them close, to surrender to the darkness behind them, to the soft and gentle world of dreams that waits just beyond consciousness. The story is told, the mystery is solved, all is well, and you can rest now. You can let go of the day, of your worries, of the small tensions that have been holding you upright. You can sink down, down, down into the softness, into the warmth, into the gentle embrace of sleep. The fog thickens outside, transforming the city into something from a dream, soft and indistinct and infinitely peaceful. The last sounds of traffic fade into silence. The last lights wink out one by one. The world settles into sleep, and you settle with it, part of the great tide of humanity finding rest as the day ends and night deepens. In the darkness, there is nothing but peace, nothing but the gentle rhythm of breathing, nothing but the slow, steady drift toward dreams. Your thoughts grow distant, fragmented, dissolving like fog in morning sunlight. They don't matter anymore. Nothing matters except this moment, this breath, this feeling of complete and total relaxation. The case is closed, the day is done, all is well, and you can rest. You can sleep now, deeply and peacefully, with the certain knowledge that you are safe, that all is well, that the morning will come in its own time, but for now there is only this, the sweet, soft darkness, and the gentle, welcoming arms of sleep. Rest now, sleep now, dream now. Let the story carry you away into the night, into peace, into the deep and healing darkness, where all mysteries dissolve, all questions find their answers, and all troubled hearts find rest at last. The fire dies to nothing. The room grows completely dark, and in that darkness there is only peace, only sleep, only the infinite gentleness of a mind at rest and a body completely, utterly, wonderfully relaxed. All is well. The story is complete, and you can sleep now, deeply and peacefully, until the morning comes. Good night.
Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, The Mystery of Charles Augustus Milverton. Come settle now. Find your most comfortable place. Let the pillow cradle the exact curve of your head. Let the blanket rest its familiar weight across your chest. Close your eyes just a little. Breathe in for 4 slow counts. Hold and release for 6. Again and again. There. The day is already loosening its fingers. Outside your window, imagine a London winter night at the very end of the old century. Snow has not fallen yet, but the air is full of its promise, an expectant hush so complete that even the river seems to hold its breath. The gas lamps burn low, each flame cupped in a halo of frost-tinted mist. Every sound arrives late and swaddled. The distant rumble of a night omnibus, the soft creak of a ship's rigging far downriver, the sleepy cooing of pigeons under the eaves, all of it wrapped in cotton wool. At 221B Baker Street, the sitting room waits exactly as it has waited for so many peaceful evenings. The fire is built of applewood logs and a little shining coal. It gives off a fragrance that drifts through the room like a memory of September orchards. The flames are low and steady, the colour of warm honey held up to candlelight. They flicker across the worn Persian rugs whose patterns you know by heart, across the chemical corner where retorts and spirit lamps now stand cool and silent, across the mantelpiece where the clock ticks with the unhurried patience of something that has forever on its side. Sherlock Holmes is already there. He wears the mouse-coloured dressing gown whose silk catches the firelight in soft liquid ripples. His legs are stretched toward the fender, one slippered foot crossed lazily over the other. A long black clay pipe rests between his slender fingers, but tonight he draws upon it only occasionally, sending up the thinnest, laziest ribbons of pale smoke that rise and curl and vanish among the shadows above the bookcases like cats stretching after a long nap. I, Dr. John Watson, your old and faithful companion, sit opposite him in the deep basket chair. A thick wool rug lies across my knees, its colours muted ruby and indigo in the firelight. On the small table at my elbow rests a cup of cocoa that Mrs. Hudson brought perhaps 20 minutes ago. The surface has stilled to a perfect mirror, and the faint scent of vanilla and orange blossom still lingers like a friendly ghost. The cocoa is exactly the right temperature now, warm enough to comfort the hands, not hot enough to startle the lips. Holmes's eyes are half closed, yet I know he sees everything. The way the fire settles and sighs, the way the fog presses its cool palms against the window panes until the glass is completely opaque. The way my own breathing has already begun to slow and deepen in sympathy with the night. For a long while neither of us speaks. There is no need. On a night like this, words would only disturb the exquisite stillness we have both come to trust completely. The clock strikes 9 with a low, mellow note that feels more like a caress than a chime. A coal shifts in the grate and sends up a tiny fountain of golden sparks that drift upward and die long before they reach the chimney. Somewhere far below in the street, a horse sighs, stamps once, then is quiet again. Holmes removes the pipe from his lips and speaks at last, so softly that the words seem to form inside your mind rather than travel across the room. Do you recall, Watson, the first time you ever truly noticed silence? I smile without opening my eyes. I believe I am noticing it now, and it is perfect. He gives the smallest of chuckles, warm, private, meant only for the two of us and the fire and the fog. Then notice a little longer, he says. Some silences are better than any medicine I know. And so we do. Minutes drift by the way snowflakes drift, slow, weightless, each one slightly different, yet all part of the same peaceful fall. You can almost feel them settling on your own shoulders, cool and light and utterly harmless. Eventually the silence is shaped, very delicately, by a knock at the door. 3 measured taps, apologetic for disturbing the night at all. Mrs. Hudson enters without waiting for an answer. She knows our ways by heart. Her face is round and kind in the firelight, her white apron glowing softly. On her tray rests a single calling card, cream-coloured, the engraving crisp. "A gentleman to see you, Mr. Holmes," she whispers, as though speaking any louder might wake the sleeping city. "He begged pardon for the hour, but says the matter is most private and cannot wait until morning." Holmes lifts the card toward the firelight. The name is neatly engraved in an elegant copper plate. Mr. Charles Augustus Milverton. Holmes's eyebrow lifts the tiniest fraction, the smallest motion. Yet I feel the air change, the way it changes just before the first snowflake touches your cheek and melts. "Show him up, Mrs. Hudson," he says, voice still low, still gentle as lamb's wool. "And perhaps another cup of your excellent cocoa. The night is cold, and our visitor looks as though he could use a little warmth." Mrs. Hudson nods, gives the faintest smile, and withdraws as soundlessly as a dream leaving the edge of sleep. Holmes leans back again, eyes once more half closed, but now there is the faintest curve to his lips, as though he is listening to very distant music that only he can hear. our visitor enters. Charles Augustus Milverton is shorter than I expected, plump and impeccably dressed in a fur-collared coat the colour of ripe damson plums. His cheeks are pink from the cold, his small eyes pale and bright as winter sky on ice, his smile fixed and bland like a mask made of the finest porcelain. He carries a soft leather document case and smells faintly of expensive violet cologne with something sharper, almost metallic underneath. He bows, apologizes again for the intrusion in a voice as smooth and rich as double cream, and accepts the chair nearest the fire with a small grateful shiver that sets the astrakhan collar trembling. Holmes regards him with that calm, unhurried attention which can feel like the kindest welcome in the world or the most complete gentle judgment, sometimes both at once. "Mr. Milverton," Holmes begins, voice smooth as warm milk, "you are, I believe, a collector of a very particular sort." Milverton's porcelain smile widens a fraction. "Of a very particular sort indeed, Mr. Holmes. I collect indiscretions, letters written in moments of weakness or passion, photographs taken in haste, little secrets that people would pay almost any price to have returned to them untouched." He opens his document case with the slow care of a jeweler displaying priceless gems. Inside are perhaps a dozen neat packets, each tied with pale silk ribbon, sky blue, lilac, rose, the softest ivory. He lifts one packet as tenderly as if it were a sleeping bird. "Lady Eva Blackwell," he says, almost crooning the name so that it floats in the warm air. 6 weeks from marriage to the Earl of Dovercourt. These letters, written 2 years ago to a young officer who has since died most conveniently in Africa. Well, they would break her heart and his lordship's trust in the same moment. She has offered £5,000 for their safe return. I have suggested 7. A trifling difference, you must agree, when one considers an entire lifetime of happiness and position. He lays the packet back among its fellows and closes the case with a soft, satisfied snap. Holmes is quiet for so long that the fire has time to sink a little lower, the clock to tick perhaps 40 times, and the fog to press even closer to the windows until the panes are completely blind with mist. At last Holmes speaks, and his voice is slower than before, softer, almost drowsy. "Tell me, Mr. Milverton, do you ever walk beside the river at night?" Milverton blinks, thrown gently off balance by the change of subject. "I? Occasionally, yes, when I have business in the suburbs. There is a stretch near Hampton," Holmes continues, as though they are discussing nothing more urgent than tomorrow's weather, where the willows lean so far over the water that their branches trail like the long hair of sleeping women. On a night such as this, the river is black glass. The moon, when there is a moon, lays a trembling silver path across it, but tonight there is only the reflection of distant lamplight, soft, uncertain, the colour of candle flames seen through gauze. One could walk there for hours and meet no one but one's own thoughts. Very restful. Milverton shifts in his chair, the leather creaking softly. A pleasant picture, Mr. Holmes, but I fail to see the relevance. Holmes raises one long, pale hand, palm outward, a gesture asking for patience the way a mother quiets a child who has spoken out of turn. Tonight, Holmes says, voice dropping another degree, the frost is forming on those willow leaves. Each droplet of moisture becomes a tiny crystal, catching what little light there is and giving it back 1,000-fold. If one were to stand quite still beneath those branches, one might almost hear the river breathing beneath the thin skin of ice that will come later tonight. Slow, steady, eternal. There is something deeply soothing about water that has decided to rest. Another long pause. The cocoa Mrs. Hudson brought for our guest steams gently on the tray, untouched, sending up lazy spirals that mingle with the applewood smoke. Milverton clears his throat, a small dry sound like a leaf skittering across pavement. I really must not keep you gentlemen any longer. Perhaps another evening we might discuss terms. Of course, Holmes murmurs, the words barely louder than the dying fire. Mrs. Hudson will light you down. The stairs can be treacherous in this damp. Milverton rises, gathers his case, bows again with mechanical politeness. At the door he hesitates for the length of one heartbeat, glances back once, his pale eyes catching the firelight like chips of ice, then disappears. We hear his footsteps on the 17 stairs, soft, quick, anxious to be gone. The front door closes with its familiar gentle thud, and the fog swallows even that small sound. Holmes sits motionless, staring into the fire for a long, long minute. Then he reaches for his violin, draws the bow across the strings once, a single, pure note that seems to float upward and settle among the rafters like a bird coming home to roost after a long journey. "Watson," he says, voice no louder than the settling embers, "would you care for a little nocturnal ramble? The air is sharp enough to clear the mind, the streets are empty, and I find myself longing for the scent of frost on apple bark and fallen leaves." I smile into the warmth of my rug, feeling the long day already loosening its hold on my limbs. "Whenever you're ready, my dear fellow. The night seems made for walking. We dress without hurry, as though we have all the time in the world, and tonight we do. Thick ulsters that reach almost to our ankles, mufflers wound twice around the throat and tucked carefully in, soft caps pulled low over the ears. Holmes fills a small dark lantern but does not light it yet. The fog will hide us better than any cloak. Mrs. Hudson appears as if by magic with 2 small silver thermos flasks of fresh cocoa. "For the cold," she whispers, pressing them into our hands with a motherly smile. And we thank her with the quiet gratitude of old and trusted friends. Then we step out into the waiting night. The fog receives us like the gentlest embrace imaginable. It is cool and damp and smells faintly of coal smoke and wet stone, and underneath, something greener, the breath of the park sleeping under their first thin skin of frost. The street is a tunnel of pearl grey. The gas lamps are no more than soft halos suspended in mid-air, each one a tiny moon. We walk south and west, unhurried, almost floating. Our boots make almost no sound on the pavement, as though the fog has padded the world especially for us. Now and then a cab passes, its horse moving at a sleepy walk, the driver hunched deep into his coat, only the glow of his pipe showing he is alive at all. The cab's bells give a muffled, dreamy jingle and are gone. Holmes leads with that effortless certainty that always makes me think of a great cat gliding through its own house in the dark. We cross the river at Westminster. The water below is black and shining, carrying fragments of reflected light like scattered coins. Someone dropped long ago and never bothered to retrieve. The bridges are nearly deserted. A constable on duty nods to us, touches his helmet in slow salute, and melts back to the mist as though he were never there. Beyond the river, the city thins gracefully. Grand houses give way to smaller villas, then to market gardens silvered with frost, then to orchards stretching away under the low sky. The air grows cleaner, colder, sweeter with every step. Frost glitters on the hedgerows like sugar spilled by moonlight, and every breath we take leaves a small white cloud that drifts behind us like a friendly ghost. At length, we come to a pair of stone gateposts almost hidden beneath ivy heavy with frost diamonds. Holmes produces a key, long, old-fashioned, cold to the touch, and the gate swings open without a single creak, as though it too is asleep and glad to be disturbed so gently. We pass through into a world of sleeping apple trees. The orchard is ancient, older than the city itself perhaps. The trees stand in perfect rows, their trunks thick and twisted with age, their branches interlaced overhead so that we walk beneath a lattice of black lace against the pale sky. The ground is carpeted with decades of fallen leaves that release a faint, sweet scent when we tread upon them. Cider and earth and long autumn afternoons now tucked away for winter dreaming. Holmes extinguishes the dark lantern altogether. There is light enough from the thin crescent moon riding low and from the frost itself, which seems to glow with its own gentle radiance, as though every crystal holds a tiny star prisoner. We move deeper among the trees until a low stone house appears, half hidden beneath a shroud of ivy whose leaves are edged with silver. A single lamp burns behind curtained windows on the upper floor, its light the colour of warm cream spilling onto the frosted path. "That," Holmes whispers, breath warm against my ear, "is Milverton's private retreat. He comes here when he wishes to be quite alone with his treasures and his thoughts. We settle beneath the spreading arms of the oldest apple tree of all. Its trunk is wide enough to shelter 3 men comfortably, its bark rough and comforting against our backs like the hand of an old friend. The ground beneath us is soft with layers of fallen leaves that have been composting gently for years. Above, the branches form a canopy so dense that only the occasional sliver of moonlight slips through to lie across our knees like a silver cat. Holmes leans his head back against the tree and closes his eyes, not in weariness, but in perfect, luxurious contentment. "Listen," he breathes, so softly I feel the word more than hear it. I listen. There is the faintest creaking as the cold contracts the ancient wood. There is the distant, dreamy call of a tawny owl somewhere over the river. There is the slow, steady beating of my own heart, and beside me the quieter, more rapid pulse of Holmes's. 2 rhythms that have known each other for so many years they have learned to dance together without thinking. Time softens completely. Minutes stretch, become elastic, lose every trace of meaning. The frost settles on our coats like the lightest lace ever spun. My eyelids grow deliciously heavy. The scent of frozen apples and wood smoke and night air fills every breath until breathing itself feels like drinking starlight. Much, much later. How much later I cannot tell, for time has become a slow river we are floating upon. The front door of the stone house opens with the smallest sigh, as though the house itself is turning over in its sleep. A figure emerges. It is Milverton, wrapped in the same dark plum coat, carrying an unlit lantern in one hand and a small carved wooden box in the other. He walks slowly along the leaf-strewn path, pausing every few steps to glance up at the frost patterns on the branches overhead, as though admiring lacework on a wedding dress. Holmes's hand rests on my wrist, barely a touch, yet I am instantly, perfectly awake, though still wrapped in the deepest calm imaginable. Milverton stops beneath a tree no more than 15 yards away. He sets the wooden box down upon a low stone bench, almost hidden by ferns gone silver with frost, opens it with loving care, and lifts out several ribbon-tied packets. One by one he holds them up to the faint moonlight, turning the pages slowly, smiling his bland porcelain smile at words that will never again harm anyone. Holmes watches without moving, without blinking, the way a heron watches a still pool for the slightest ripple, after a time that feels both endless and no time at all. Milverton returns the letters to the box, carries it not back to the house, but to a small tool shed, almost hidden beneath a yew tree whose branches sweep the ground like a mourning woman's hair. He unlocks the shed door with a key drawn from his waistcoat pocket, places the box on a high shelf among jars of nails and twine and seed packets, locks the door again, pockets the key, and finally returns indoors. The upper lamp is extinguished with a soft click that travels across the orchard like a falling leaf. The night falls back into its deep, frost-breathing sleep. Holmes waits. We wait together beneath our guardian apple tree, breathing in the cold sweetness, letting the night settle deeper and deeper into our bones until we are part of it and it is part of us. An hour passes, perhaps 2, perhaps 10. The moon slips lower, painting long silver shadows across the leaves that look like sleeping cats stretched out in perfect contentment. At last Holmes rises, smooth as mist rising from the river at dawn, and we glide toward the shed. The lock is childishly simple. A thin strip of steel from Holmes's pocket persuades it in less than 10 seconds without a sound. Inside, the air is cool and smells of earth and stored apples and faint oil from a rusty lantern hanging on a nail. Moonlight through a tiny dusty window is more than enough. Holmes reaches up, lifts down the wooden box, opens it with the reverence of a priest opening a reliquary. 6 packets of letters rest inside, each tied with its coloured silk ribbon. Blue for Lady Eva, rose for a widow in Cheltenham, lilac for a colonel's wife in Simla, ivory for a young man who will never now lose his inheritance. Holmes slips them one by one into the deep inner pocket of his ulster, moving with the slow grace of someone handling sleeping doves. He closes the empty box, returns it exactly as he found it, wipes away the faint disturbance in the dust with the cuff of his sleeve, and we leave the shed as silently as we entered, relocking the door with the same gentle click. The walk home is a waking dream through a city that has decided to sleep a little longer. The fog has lifted just enough to reveal a sky full of quiet stars, each one hanging low and benevolent. Our footsteps are completely soundless on the frosted roads. Holmes hums beneath his breath, an old Gaelic air, slow and lilting, the sort of melody that makes the heart grow still and the eyelids heavy. We pause once on Westminster Bridge to drink from Mrs. Hudson's silver flasks. The cocoa is still miraculously warm, rich with vanilla and a trace of orange blossom and something faintly spiced, perhaps a whisper of cinnamon. Steam rises and mingles with our breath in soft white clouds that drift away over the dark water. Below us the river slides past, black and shining, carrying the city's reflections like a dark mirror that has decided to forgive everything it sees. Holmes leans on the stone parapet, eyes half closed, utterly at peace. "Secrets," he says softly, "are heavy things, Watson. Tonight we have lightened at least 6 hearts by a few ounces each. A modest miracle, but miracles need not be loud to be complete." We finish the cocoa slowly, savouring every drop, return the empty flasks to our pockets, and walk on through the waking dream. Baker Street welcomes us back with the familiar glow of our own lamp left, burning low in the window like a faithful dog waiting for its masters. Mrs. Hudson has banked the fire with the care of a mother tucking in a child. It needs only a little coaxing to wake again into gentle flame that licks contentedly at the fresh applewood logs. Holmes lays the 6 rescued packets on the table, one beside the other, like a patient hand of cards finally played in perfect order. He strikes a Vesta match. The flare is brief, tender, almost apologetic, the colour of a tiny sunrise. He touches the flame to the corner of the first packet. The pale silk ribbon curls, darkens, falls away like a tired dancer. The paper catches, burns with a soft blue edge, then glows warm orange and gold. One by one the letters feed the fire, curling gracefully, becoming delicate black lace, then the finest ash almost before they know they are gone. We watch in silence as the very last scrap turns to harmless grey dust and drifts up the chimney, borne away into the quiet night sky to become part of tomorrow's soft clouds. Holmes dusts his hands lightly, then sinks back into his armchair with a sigh that is half contentment, half simple human tiredness after a long night's kindness. "There," he whispers, voice no louder than the settling embers. "Lady Ava will wake tomorrow believing her nightmare has ended of its own accord, like a bad dream dissolving with the dawn. And somewhere a young widow will burn her mourning weeds a little sooner than she dared hope. And a colonel in India will never know how close he came to disgrace. And a young man in the Foreign Office will keep the career that means everything to him. Small mercies, Watson, but the world is built of nothing larger." I feel the long night settling into my limbs like the softest, heaviest quilt ever woven. The room is warm and smells of applewood smoke and cocoa, and the faint sweetness of burnt secrets now made harmless. The fire is low and steady, a contented cat purring in the grate. Holmes reaches for his violin one final time. He tunes it with small, delicate turns of the pegs, each note perfect and true. Then he begins to play, a slow saraband in a minor key, each note round and full and lingering like a drop of honey falling through warm air. The melody moves like moonlight across still water, like frost forming on willow leaves, like the river breathing beneath its first skin of ice. I let my head rest against the back of my chair. The wool rug across my knees is warm as a promise kept for years. Outside, the first pale hint of dawn touches the sky with the gentlest rose, but here inside time has slowed to the pace of a heartbeat that has decided it is in no hurry at all. Holmes's bow moves slower, slower, until the final note is barely more than the memory of sound hanging in the air like the last star before morning. He lays the violin aside with infinite care and leans back, long limbs relaxed, head against the wing of his chair. His eyes close completely. In the hush that follows, I hear only the soft settling of the fire, the gentle ticking of the clock that has all the time in the world, and the slow, even breathing of my dearest friend. And you, dear listener, may breathe with us now. Breathe in the scent of applewood and cocoa and frost that still clings to our coats. Feel the quiet of the orchard settle over you like the softest blanket ever woven from moonlight and silence. Let the empty shed and the harmless ashes and the sleeping city carry away every last small worry you brought into this night. There is nothing left to solve, nothing left to fear, only the slow, steady rhythm of rest waiting to claim you completely. Holmes's voice reaches me one final time, barely more than a thought drifting across the quiet room. Sleep, old friend. The world is safe for now, and morning is still a long, long, gentle way off. Let your eyelids sink. Let your thoughts drift the way the fog drifted, slowly, gently, completely. You are warm. You are safe. You are home among friends who ask nothing of you tonight except that you rest. And somewhere between one slow breath and the next, sleep comes, soft as willow leaves trailing in dark water, deep as the winter orchard under its silver frost, and sweeter than any dream that has ever waited beyond the edge of night. Good night. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of the Musgrave ritual. The rain falls softly against the windows of 221B Baker Street tonight, a gentle, persistent whisper that seems to settle the very air into stillness. You find yourself in that familiar sitting room where the firelight casts its amber glow across worn Persian rugs and well-loved furniture, where the scent of old books mingles with the faint sweetness of pipe tobacco, where time itself seems to move more slowly, more peacefully than anywhere else in all of London. Sherlock Holmes sits in his favourite chair, his long legs stretched toward the warmth of the fire, his eyes half closed in that state of profound relaxation that follows a particularly satisfying day. The great detective looks younger tonight somehow. Perhaps it's the softness of the firelight, or perhaps he's allowing his mind to drift backward through the years, to a time when his methods were still new, when each case felt like a gentle adventure waiting to unfold. The flames dance lazily, painting shadows that flicker like memories across the walls, lined with shelves of forgotten volumes, tomes on chemistry, philosophy, and the arcane arts of detection that Holmes has mastered over the years. A faint crackle from the hearth accompanies the rain's rhythm, creating a symphony of comfort that wraps around you like a warm blanket. "You know, my dear friend," he says, his voice low and soothing as the rain itself, "there are cases that come to us in fury and violence, demanding immediate action. And then there are those that arrive like autumn leaves drifting down from the past, asking only to be understood." He reaches for his pipe, moving with the unhurried grace of someone who has all the time in the world. The bowl is filled with that familiar fine-cut tobacco, and as he lights it, the first puff sends a curl of aromatic smoke upward, blending with the haze of the room. Tonight, I find myself thinking of such a case, one that took me away from these comfortable rooms and into the heart of the Sussex countryside, to a manor house where history slept beneath ancient stones. You settle deeper into your chair, feeling the weight of the day beginning to lift from your shoulders. The cushions yield softly, moulded by years of similar evenings, and you can sense the subtle give of the springs beneath the upholstery. Outside, London continues its endless motion, the distant rumble of a hansom cab, the muffled cry of a newsboy fading into the night. But here, in this room, there is only the fire and the rain, and Holmes's gentle voice beginning to weave its tale. The clock on the mantel ticks with a measured patience, each second a small invitation to let go, to unwind the tensions coiled within your muscles. It was autumn then too, he continues, his eyes now fully closed, a slight smile playing at his lips. The kind of autumn that England does so beautifully, all gold and amber, with a softness to the air that makes each breath feel like a small comfort. The leaves were turning in earnest, carpeting the paths with a mosaic of crimson and ochre, and the hedgerows were alive with the last bursts of hawthorn berries, glistening like rubies in the morning dew. I was newly established in these rooms, still building my practice, still learning the rhythms of detection. My days were filled with the quiet experimentation of a mind honing its edge, simple observations in the streets, the study of footprints in the mud of Regent's Park, the analysis of cigar ashes under my lens, and into this peaceful season came Reginald Musgrave, an old acquaintance from my university days. Holmes pauses and you can almost see it. The knock at the door, sharp yet polite, echoing through the stairwell from below. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps ascending, her voice announcing the visitor with that maternal warmth she reserves for Holmes's friends. The entrance of a gentleman in country tweeds, his boots still dusted with the soil of Sussex, his face etched with the lines of quiet concern rather than panic. There's something deeply soothing about imagining these Victorian rituals of hospitality, the careful courtesies, the slow unfolding of conversation over tea, The precise placement of the silver tray, the steam rising from the teapot like incense in a ritual of its own. Musgrave was the keeper of an ancient house, Holmes continues, his voice a gentle stream of words. Hurlstone Manor nestled in the Sussex Downs where his family had lived for centuries. The estate sprawled across rolling hills, with meadows where sheep grazed lazily under the watchful eyes of ancient oaks, and a stream that wound through the property like a silver thread, murmuring secrets to the willows that dipped their branches into its flow. He came to me, not with urgency, but with a quiet puzzlement, the kind of mystery that unfolds slowly, like a flower opening in the morning sun. His butler, Brinton, had been dismissed for a small breach of trust, caught prying into papers that were not his concern, and shortly after had vanished without a trace. And then the housemaid, Rachel, who had been devoted to this butler with a fervour that bordered on the tragic, had also disappeared under circumstances most peculiar. She had left in the dead of night, they said, her face pale as moonlight, her eyes filled with a sorrow that no one could fathom. You feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort as Holmes describes the journey to Sussex. In your mind's eye, you see the train moving through the autumn countryside, the steam engine chugging rhythmically, its whistle a distant, mournful call that blends with the wind, past fields of harvested wheat golden in the afternoon sun, stubble glinting like threads of gold, past villages where church bells toll the hours in peaceful succession, their bronze tones carrying across the valleys, past hedgerows heavy with blackberries and the last wild roses of the season, their petals fading gently, releasing a faint, sweet perfume into the air. The carriage rocks softly, lulling you with its motion, and Holmes, seated opposite Watson in the story, gazes out the window with that keen observation that misses nothing. The flight of a rook across a field, the pattern of clouds gathering on the horizon. We arrived at Hurlstone in the late afternoon, Holmes says softly, when the light has that particular quality it takes on in autumn, thick and honey-coloured, turning everything it touches to gold. The manor house rose before us like something from a dream, all stone and history, with ivy climbing its ancient walls in thick, verdant cascades, and smoke rising peacefully from its many chimneys, carrying the scent of burning apple wood. The drive wound through an avenue of limes, their leaves a canopy of yellowing green, and as we alighted the gravel crunched softly underfoot, a sound as comforting as the turning of pages in a well-worn book. Musgrave welcomed us with genuine warmth, his handshake firm yet unhurried, and as we took tea in his library surrounded by books that had been gathering wisdom for generations, folios on heraldry, volumes of forgotten poetry, treatises on the stars, he told me of the Musgrave ritual. There's something infinitely peaceful about the image Holmes paints, the library with its leather-bound volumes, spines cracked from centuries of gentle handling, the afternoon light streaming through leaded windows, fracturing into rainbows on the polished oak table, the gentle clink of china as tea is poured, the milk swirling lazily into the amber liquid. You can almost smell the old books, the beeswax polish on the furniture, the faint mustiness that speaks of centuries quietly passing, mingled with the aroma of scones fresh from the kitchen, dotted with currants and served with clotted cream that melts slowly on the tongue. The ritual, Holmes explains, his voice taking on a dreamy quality, was a curious thing, a series of questions and answers that had been passed down through the Musgrave family for generations beyond counting. Each heir learned it from his father on coming of age, a tradition maintained without question or understanding, recited in the same chamber where kings had once dined and plots had been hatched in shadowed corners. Musgrave recited it for me there in the golden afternoon, his voice taking on the cadence of something ancient and half forgotten, echoing slightly off the panelled walls adorned with portraits of stern ancestors in ruffs and armour. And as Holmes softly repeats the words of the ritual, they seem to float in the air like a lullaby, like poetry designed to ease the mind toward rest. Whose was it? His who is gone, who shall have it? He who will come. What was the month? The 6th from the 1st. Where was the sun? Over the oak, where was the shadow? Under the elm. How was it stepped? North by 10 and by 10, east by 5 and by 5, south by 2 and by 2, west by 1 and by 1, and so under. Dig where you find the mark, and there shall be the thing. The words wash over you like a gentle tide, rhythmic and soothing, each phrase lingering in the air before dissolving into the next. You feel your breathing slow to match their cadence, your mind beginning to drift in that pleasant way that precedes sleep, the repetition a soft mantra that quiets the chatter of thoughts. It seemed to me, Holmes continues quietly, that these words were not merely tradition, but a map, a set of instructions hidden in the form of a ritual, waiting patiently through the centuries for someone to understand them. This 6th from the 1st likely referred to June, when the sun would cast shadows in a particular way, but adjusted for the old calendar, perhaps. And I saw, with the clarity that sometimes comes in the peaceful afternoon hours, that Brunton the butler had understood them too. He was a man of unusual intellect for his station, self-educated, with a passion for mathematics and history, poring over the family archives in stolen moments. He had found in these ancient words the key to something hidden, something that had slept beneath the manor house for longer than anyone could remember, a relic of the turbulent times when crowns were lost and found in the chaos of war. Holmes describes how they began the gentle work of following the ritual's instructions. There's no rush in his telling, no sense of urgency, only the peaceful satisfaction of a puzzle being slowly, carefully solved. He speaks of standing in the manor's grounds in the cooling evening air, the grass still warm from the day's sun, dew beginning to form like tiny pearls on the blades, watching the sun sink lower over an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches silhouetted against a sky painted in hues of rose and lavender, observing how its shadow fell across the lawn with mathematical precision, lengthening gradually as the light faded. The elm tree was long gone, Holmes murmurs, cut down decades before to make way for a new wing of the house, its stump buried under layers of soil and time. But the record showed where it had stood, marked on yellowed planes in the estate office, and we could calculate where its shadow would have fallen on that distant day when the ritual was created, accounting for the precession of the equinoxes and the shift in the calendar. Musgrave brought me the old plans of the estate, rolled carefully in leather tubes, and we spread them out in the library as the lamps were lit against the gathering dusk, their flames steady in the still air. There's something deeply satisfying about such work, my friend. The careful measurements with a brass rule, the gentle application of reason to the mysteries of the past, the way trigonometry bridges the gap between now and then. You feel yourself drifting as Holmes describes their evening work, the scratch of pen on paper as angles are noted, the quiet murmur of calculations spoken aloud, the companionable silence of minds engaged in peaceful problem-solving, broken only by the occasional sip of tea or the turning of a page. Outside, the rain continues its soft percussion against the windows here in Baker Street, mirroring the imagined dusk at Hurlstone, and the fire settles lower, its warmth a constant comfort seeping into your bones. The ritual led us, Holmes says, his voice growing even softer, to the old foundations beneath the manor house itself, where the original structure met the additions of later centuries. There, in the ancient cellar, accessed by a winding stone stair that spiraled down like the coils of time, we found a stone that had not been disturbed in living memory, its edges worn smooth by the passage of feet long turned to dust. The air down there was cool and earthy, scented with the faint dampness of underground places, and lanterns cast pools of golden light that danced on the walls. Musgrave arranged for workmen to come the next morning. There was no rush, you understand. These secrets had waited centuries. They could wait one more night. We retired to the drawing room instead, where a decanter of port gleamed ruby red in the firelight, and conversation turned to lighter things, the history of the family, tales of ancestors who had fought at Agincourt or sailed with Drake. And here Holmes pauses, and you feel the peaceful passage of that night at Hurlstone Manor, the comfortable bed in a guest room where moonlight streams through mullioned windows, silvering the counterpane and casting patterns on the walls. The absolute silence of the countryside after the noise of London, broken only by the hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the breeze. The deep, restorative sleep that comes in such places, where the body sinks into feather mattresses, and the mind releases the day's accumulations like leaves falling from a tree. Morning came gently, Holmes continues, with mist lying soft across the grounds, veiling the hills in a gossamer shroud that the sun would soon burn away. Birdsong filtered through the old windows, blackbirds and thrushes welcoming the day with melodies as old as the manor itself. After a leisurely breakfast, for what is the value of rushing through the solving of ancient mysteries, We savoured porridge with cream from the estate's cows, eggs poached to perfection, toast with honey from the hives in the orchard, all served in a dining room where sunlight slanted through high windows onto a table set with ancestral silver. We descended to the cellars with our workmen, sturdy fellows from the village, who handled their tools with the respect due to history. The stone was lifted with care, with reverence almost, levers creaking softly, dust sifting down like fine sand, and beneath it, Holmes's voice takes on a tone of quiet wonder. Beneath it lay a cavity that had been sealed for centuries, its edges lined with lead to preserve against the damp. And within that space, carefully wrapped against the passage of time in oilskin and velvet, we found treasures of the old England, the ancient crown that had belonged to Charles I, its pearls and gems dulled but intact, hidden here during the turmoil of the Civil War by ancestors loyal to the king, who had risked all to safeguard it from parliamentary hands. The gold glowed even in the dim light of the cellar, as if it had been waiting patiently all this time to be returned to the light of day, accompanied by fragments of the royal regalia, a sceptre shard, a ring engraved with the Stuart rose. There's profound peace in this discovery. No violence, no danger, only the gentle revelation of history preserved, of loyalty honoured across the centuries, a thread connecting past to present in the quiet, underground chamber. Holmes describes lifting these ancient objects into the daylight, up the stairs and into the morning sun, where they gleamed with the soft patina of great age, the mist lifting to reveal the full glory of the downs rolling away like a green sea. But the story held one more shadow, Holmes adds, his tone measured and calm. As for Brunton, we found him too in that hidden chamber. He had discovered the secret weeks before, had managed to lift the stone alone in his eagerness during a midnight foray, armed with a lantern and his calculations. But in his haste, without aid, the heavy slab had slipped, falling back upon him and trapping him in the very space he sought to plunder. There he had remained, another keeper of this ancient mystery, his notebook nearby with frantic scribbles of the ritual's interpretation. Rachel, the housemaid, had followed him that night, drawn by love or suspicion. We never fully knew. She had seen the stone fall, had tried in vain to lift it, her strength failing against its weight. In despair she had fled, wandering the countryside until exhaustion claimed her. She was found days later by a shepherd, alive but broken in spirit, and later restored to health far from Hurlstone. We brought Brunton out into the autumn sunshine, his form wrapped in a shroud of simple linen, and he was laid to rest with dignity in the churchyard, beneath the trees where rooks called peacefully in the afternoon, their cries a sombre yet soothing requiem. Rachel, upon hearing the truth, chose to enter a convent, seeking solace in quiet devotion, her devotion to Brunton transmuted into a higher calling. The story is winding down now, like a music box slowly running to its end, each note softer and more spaced than the last. Holmes describes the quiet days that followed, the crown returned to its rightful place in the nation's heritage, authenticated by experts in London and placed in a museum where it could educate without endanger. The manor house settling back into its peaceful routine, servants going about their duties with a renewed sense of the history they served. The satisfaction of a mystery gently solved, leaving no scars but only a deeper appreciation for the past. I returned to London, Holmes murmurs, on another golden afternoon, watching the countryside roll past the train window. The same fields, now bathed in the slanting light of late day, the villagers dozing in the warmth, feeling that particular contentment that comes from understanding, from seeing how the threads of time weave together in patterns both intricate and inevitable. The case required no drama, no desperate chase, only patience, observation, and the peaceful application of reason to the puzzles that history leaves us. Like breadcrumbs scattered across the centuries, you hear him shift in his chair, the leather creaking softly, the fire settling lower still into a bed of glowing coals. Outside, the rain has softened to barely more than mist, and the night has deepened into that profound darkness that comes in the hours before dawn, when the world holds its breath in anticipation of renewal. The Musgrave ritual, Holmes says, his voice now barely above a whisper, reminds us that not all mysteries need be solved in haste, that some puzzles are waiting for us with infinite patience, ready to reveal themselves when we approach them with a quiet mind and careful observation. There's a lesson in that, I think. A lesson about the value of stillness, of taking time, of allowing understanding to unfold at its own gentle pace, much like the seasons themselves turn without hurry. The fire has burned down to embers now, casting the room in a soft, rosy glow that pulses faintly with each dying flame. Holmes's breathing has become deep and regular, and you realize that he, like you, is drifting toward that peaceful state between waking and sleeping, where the day's concerns fade away and the mind can rest, unburdened. "Sleep well, my dear friend," comes his voice, so soft now that it might be part of the rain, part of the night itself. Let the mysteries of the day dissolve into the peace of night. Tomorrow will bring what it brings, but for now there is only this moment, this warmth, this gentle drift toward rest. Breathe in the scent of the tobacco linger, feel the subtle weight of the blanket across your lap. Hear the distant chime of a clock marking the quiet hours, and as you sink deeper into the embrace of the comfortable chair, you carry with you the images of that autumn in Sussex, the golden light on ancient stones, the peaceful solving of centuries-old puzzles, the satisfaction of understanding gently achieved. You see the manor house settling into the evening, lights glowing softly in its windows like friendly eyes, smoke rising peacefully from its chimneys in lazy spirals. You feel the rhythm of those old words, north by 10 and by 10, east by 5 and by 5, their cadence becoming the rhythm of your own breath, slow and steady and calm, in and out like the tide on a distant shore. The room around you grows softer, the boundaries between waking and sleeping beginning to blur, edges softening like watercolor washed with rain. Holmes's presence is a comfort, a steady anchor in the gentle sea of approaching sleep, his silhouette a reassuring outline against the ember's glow. You think of how the butler had sought the crown in haste, in secret, driven by ambition that outpaced wisdom, and how it might have been found instead in patience, in the fullness of time, shared with those who valued its history over its gold. There's wisdom in waiting, in allowing things to unfold as they will, in trusting the slow revelation of truth. Your body feels heavy now, deliciously weighted, sinking into the cushions as if they were made specifically to hold you, every muscle releasing its hold. The boundaries between waking and sleeping beginning to blur, edges softening like watercolor washed with rain. Holmes's presence is a comfort, a steady anchor in the gentle sea of approaching sleep, his silhouette a reassuring outline against the ember's glow. You think of how the butler had sought the crown in haste, in secret, driven by ambition that outpaced wisdom, and how it might have been found instead in patience, in the fullness of time, shared with those who valued its history over its gold. There's wisdom in waiting, in allowing things to unfold as they will, in trusting the slow revelation of truth. Your body feels heavy now, deliciously weighted, sinking into the cushions as if they were made specifically to hold you, every muscle releasing its hold. This sense of things enduring, waiting, persisting, a reminder that time itself is a gentle keeper. Holmes's breathing has joined with the other gentle rhythms of the night, the settling of coals with a soft sigh, the soft tick of the clock on the mantel marking time's unhurried passage, the distant sound of London sleeping, its vast energy subdued into quietude. You feel yourself becoming part of this symphony of rest, your own breath falling into harmony with the peaceful sounds around you, a chorus of tranquility. The images of the story drift through your mind like clouds across a summer sky. The train through the golden countryside wheels clacking in soothing repetition. The ancient library with its leather-bound wisdom, pages whispering as they turn. The cellar where history slept, cool and dim, the morning mist on the Sussex Downs lifting to reveal vistas of endless green. Each image is soft, bathed in that honey-coloured autumn light, inviting you deeper into tranquility, layers of detail unfolding like petals. You are aware, dimly, of the chair beneath you, of the room around you, but these sensations are growing distant, less important, fading like echoes. What matters now is only this gentle descent into rest, this peaceful letting go of the day and all its concerns, the worries, the plans, the stray thoughts, all dissolving into the ether. The mystery has been solved, the crown found, the ancient puzzle finally understood, its pieces fitting with satisfying precision. There is nothing left to do now but sleep, to surrender to the night's benevolent hold. And as you drift across that final threshold between waking and dreaming, you carry with you the essence of Hurlstone Manor, its peace, its patience, its enduring stillness that has weathered storms and suns alike. You're the manor house now, settling into the night, letting the centuries wash over you like gentle rain, unmovable and serene. You are the ancient oak, roots deep in the earth, branches lifted peacefully to the stars, drawing sustenance from the quiet soil. You are the crown itself, gleaming softly in the darkness, at rest after your long waiting, your value beyond mere metal. The last thing you're aware of before sleep takes you fully is the sense of homes nearby, that steady presence watching over your rest, ensuring that your dreams will be peaceful, your sleep undisturbed, a guardian in the velvet night. And with that assurance, you let go completely, sinking into the deep, restorative darkness of sleep, where mysteries dissolve and peace prevails, where the only ritual that matters is the simple, eternal rhythm of breath and heartbeat, carrying you safely through the night, wave after wave of calm. Sleep now. The mystery is solved. All is well. The night holds you gently, as it has held secrets for centuries, as it will hold you until morning comes again with its soft golden light, promising new beginnings in its tender embrace. Rest. And so, another evening passes peacefully in Baker Street, another mystery gently laid to rest, another soul guided toward the peace of sleep by the steady presence of the great detective and the timeless comfort of his tales. Fall asleep to Sherlock Holmes, the mystery of Reichenbach. Falls the final problem. The evening settles softly over Baker Street, and you find yourself in that familiar, comfortable room where so many mysteries have unfolded. The fire burns low in the grate, casting gentle shadows that dance across the Persian slipper hanging from the mantelpiece, and the stack of newspapers folded neatly beside the armchair. Outside, London wraps itself in a blanket of fog, muffling the sounds of the city until all that remains is a peaceful hush, broken only by the occasional distant clip-clop of a horse's hooves on cobblestones. You settle into the worn leather chair, feeling its familiar embrace, and allow your eyes to close for just a moment. When you open them again, you find that the room has transformed, or perhaps you have been transported. It's difficult to say which. You're no longer in London, but somewhere far away, somewhere clean and pure and impossibly serene. The air here tastes of pine and snowmelt. You stand at the edge of a mountain path, and all around you rise the gentle peaks of the Swiss Alps, their hills dressed in deep green forests that give way to rocky outcroppings, and higher still to caps of pristine white snow that glow softly in the afternoon light. The sky above is a pale, tranquil blue, with wisps of cloud drifting lazily across it like thoughts dissolving into sleep. Behind you, the village of Meiringen rests in peaceful repose, its chalets with their peaked roofs and flower boxes creating a scene of perfect contentment. Smoke rises in thin, gentle ribbons from chimneys dissipating into the clear mountain air. The village seems to breathe slowly, in harmony with the mountains that cradle it, and you feel that same rhythm beginning to settle into your own chest. A slow, deep breath of mountain air, cool and refreshing and infinitely calming. You're not alone on this journey. Walking beside you, his lean figure wrapped in a travelling coat, is Sherlock Holmes himself. But this is not the Holmes of frantic chases through London streets or desperate confrontations in darkened rooms. This is a quieter version of the great detective, a man who has allowed himself for once to slow down, to breathe, to simply exist in this peaceful place far from the demands of his profession. His sharp features seem softer here, gentled by the mountain light. His eyes, usually so penetrating and restless, have taken on a distant contemplative quality as they gaze out over the valleys below. He walks with an easy, unhurried stride, his walking stick tapping a gentle rhythm against the smooth stones of the path. There is no urgency in his movements, no tension in his shoulders. Here, in this elevated realm, even Sherlock Holmes has found a measure of peace. "Remarkable, is it not?" he says quietly, and his voice seems to blend with the whisper of wind through the pine trees. How the world changes when one rises above it. All those urgent matters that seemed so pressing in London, they diminish somewhat when viewed from this perspective. You nod in agreement, feeling the truth of his words settling over you like a warm blanket. The path ahead winds gently upward, following the contours of the mountainside with no apparent hurry to reach its destination. Wildflowers grow in clusters beside the trail, delicate alpine blooms in shades of purple and white and the softest yellow, nodding their heads in the breeze as if in drowsy agreement with the peaceful nature of this place. The two of you walk in comfortable silence for a while, your footsteps making soft sounds against the earth. There is no need for conversation. The mountains themselves seem to provide all the company one could need. A marmot watches you pass from its perch on a sun-warmed rock, its rounded eyes curious but unafraid, before it stretches languidly and settles back into what appears to be an afternoon nap. You find yourself envying its contentment, even as you feel that same contentment beginning to seep into your own bones. As you climb higher, the sound of water grows gradually louder, not the harsh roar of a torrent, but something softer, more musical. It is the sound of the Reichenbach Falls, still distant but drawing steadily nearer, a constant presence that seems to weave itself into the very fabric of the afternoon. The sound is soothing, hypnotic even, like a lullaby sung by the mountain itself. Holmes pauses at a bend in the path where a weathered wooden bench has been placed to allow travellers to rest and admire the view. He settles onto it with a sigh that speaks of deep satisfaction, and you join him, grateful for the opportunity to simply sit and breathe and be. The valley spreads out below you in a patchwork of greens and golds, dotted with the red roofs of distant farmhouses and the silver ribbons of streams catching the afternoon light. Far below, you can see the road you travelled earlier, winding through the landscape like a piece of thread laid casually across a vast tapestry. Everything seems small from here, manageable, peaceful. "I have been thinking," Holmes says, his voice quiet and reflective, "about the nature of endings." He produces his pipe and begins the slow, meditative process of filling it with tobacco. his long fingers working with practiced ease. Watson has often accused me of being dramatic, of possessing a flair for the theatrical. Perhaps he's right. But there is something to be said for choosing the moment of one's exit, for deciding when the curtain should fall. He strikes a match with a soft rasp, cupping the flame against the breeze, and lights the pipe with deliberate care. A moment later, fragrant smoke, rich with notes of cherrywood and aged tobacco, curls upward in lazy spirals, weaving seamlessly into the crisp mountain air. The scent is warm and pleasantly nostalgic, layering itself atop the cool dampness of stone and pine, enriching the sensory tapestry of this tranquil afternoon. You watch the pale plumes drift and dissipate, gradually dissolving into the thin, silvery mist that clings to the higher peaks like a gossamer veil. But perhaps, he continues, his voice low and reflective, almost murmured to himself as much as to you, the true art lies not in the exit itself, but in the winding journey that precedes it, in learning to savour moments such as these, moments of simple, uncomplicated peace, unburdened by expectation or urgency. You sit together in companionable silence, shoulders nearly touching, and time seems to slow even further, stretching out languidly like warm honey poured from a jar. The sun inches imperceptibly across the vast sky, its golden light softening as it filters through drifting clouds, and the shadows lengthen with dreamy, unhurried grace. Somewhere far below in the dense forest, a bird calls, a single, pure, crystalline note that rises, echoes gently against the valley walls, and fades at last into the hush of the wild. Eventually, Holmes rises from the bench, stretching slightly, and you understand that it is time to continue. The path leads onward and upward, growing narrower now as it approaches the falls. The sound of water is louder here, a constant presence that seems to pulse in time with your heartbeat, a rhythm that is both ancient and infinitely soothing. The trees grow closer to the path now, their branches forming a canopy overhead that dapples the trail with soft, shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air grows cooler and damper, filled with the fresh, clean scent of water and moss and growing things. Your footsteps are muffled by a carpet of pine needles, soft and yielding beneath your feet. As you round a final curve, the falls come into view, and the sight is breathtaking in its serene majesty. The Reichenbach Falls cascade down the cliff face in a series of steps and pools, the water white with foam where it tumbles over rocks, deep and clear and green as the pools where it pauses to gather itself before continuing its descent. The spray creates a perpetual mist that hangs in the air, catching the light and creating fragments of rainbows that appear and disappear like dreams half remembered upon waking. There is a narrow path that leads behind the falls, carved into the rock face itself, with a railing of weathered wood to provide security. Holmes gestures toward her with his walking stick, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Shall we?" he asks, and there is something in his tone. Not excitement exactly, but a quiet anticipation, as if he's about to show you something wonderful. You follow him along the narrow path, the rock face cool and damp beneath your hand when you reach out to steady yourself. The roar of the falls is louder here, but it is not an unpleasant sound. Instead, it fills the space completely, drowning out all other noise, all other thought, until there is nothing but the water and the rock and the cool mist on your face. It is like being inside a dream, or perhaps like being on the threshold between waking and sleeping, where the ordinary rules of the world seem to loosen and shift. The narrow moss-slick path winds downward, hidden beneath overhanging ferns and dripping vines, until it opens into a small natural alcove tucked directly behind the cascading falls themselves. Here, the roaring water forms a shimmering, translucent curtain that completely separates you from the outside world, muffling distant sounds into a hushed, ethereal whisper. The light filtering through the relentless downpour is soft and ever-shifting, hues of emerald green mingling with sapphire blue, dancing and refracting in endless motion. These colours play across the slick, wet stone walls, weaving intricate patterns that are utterly hypnotic in their layered complexity and breathtaking beauty, like living tapestries painted by nature's own hand. Holmes stands poised near the alcove's jagged edge, his silhouette etched sharply against the watery, luminous glow. He appears deeply contemplative, his keen mind momentarily adrift in unspoken reverie, and you find yourself content to simply stand beside him in companionable silence. The cool mist settles gently on your skin like a fine veil, carrying the faint, earthy scent of minerals and rain-soaked foliage, while you listen to the eternal rhythmic song of the falling water, a symphony of thunderous power softened into something profoundly soothing. "Do you know," he says at last, raising his voice just enough to cut through the fall's persistent roar without shattering the tranquility, "I once believed that the greatest challenge a man could face was the solving of an impossible puzzle, the unraveling of the most labyrinthine mystery. I built my entire life around that conviction, relentlessly training my mind to perceive what others overlooked, to forge connections that seemed miraculous but were, in truth, merely the fruits of meticulous observation, unyielding logic, and disciplined deduction." He turns to face you fully, and in the diffused light, his eyes reveal a rare gentleness, tinged with a subtle sadness, yet underpinned by a profound peace, a deep, abiding calm that seems to radiate from his very core. "But perhaps," he continues, his tone reflective and measured, "the greater challenge lies not in conquest but in surrender, in learning to let go of the need to control, to accept that not every mystery demands resolution, that not every thread must be pursued to its bitter or illuminating end, to simply be, to exist fully in a fleeting moment without the compulsion to dissect it, analyze its components, or force understanding upon it, to embrace peace when it is freely offered, without suspicion or the urge to question its origins. The water continues its endless, inexorable descent, plunging in silvery sheets that catch and scatter the light, and you feel a profound sense of drowsiness beginning to envelop you, as if the falls themselves are weaving a lullaby, ancient, irresistible, and laced with the timeless rhythm of the earth. Your eyelids grow irresistibly heavy, the sharp edges of the world softening into a dreamlike haze, everything becoming fluid and insubstantial, as though reality is dissolving into gentle illusion. Holmes notices your waning alertness, his expression softening further, and he smiles, a genuine, unguarded smile that conveys warmth, kindness, and a quiet understanding born of shared vulnerability. "Come," he says gently, his voice a soothing anchor amid the haze. There is a secluded spot just ahead, sheltered and dry, where we can rest properly. The walk has been long and arduous, testing both body and spirit, and the afternoon grows late, with shadows lengthening across the landscape. We should find our way to somewhere truly comfortable before the evening settles in completely, enveloping us in its cool embrace. He leads you back along the path, away from the falls, though the sound continues to follow you, growing gradually softer as you descend. The path opens out onto a grassy meadow, sheltered on 3 sides by the forest, and on the 4th by a gentle slope that leads down toward the valley. The grass here is soft and thick, dotted with more of those delicate alpine flowers, and it seems to call out to you, inviting you to rest, to lie down, to simply surrender to the peaceful exhaustion that has been building throughout this long, dreamlike afternoon. Holmes unbuttons his travelling coat with a quiet rustle of wool, spreads it carefully over the springy grass, and gestures with an open palm for you to make yourself comfortable. You sink down onto the yielding earth, and it feels like the most natural, inevitable thing in the world to lie back fully, to let your head rest on the thickly folded coat that still holds the faint warmth of his body, to gaze upward at the wide sky where the light is beginning to soften into the rich, honeyed golden quality of late afternoon. The detective settles himself nearby, folding his long legs cross-legged with unhurried grace, pipe cradled loosely in his hand, his sharp gaze drifting out over the vast valley below with an expression of deep, untroubled contentment. He appears more relaxed than you have ever seen him. The familiar tension vanished from his shoulders, the restless energy stilled, replaced by a languorous, almost feline ease that speaks unmistakably of complete safety, of complete hard-won peace. "You know," he says softly, "there was a time when I would have found this unbearable, this idleness, this lack of purpose. My mind would have rebelled against it, would have insisted on finding problems to solve, mysteries to unravel. But I've learned, slowly and with some difficulty, that there is wisdom in rest, that peace is not the absence of challenge, but rather the acceptance of the present moment, whatever it may hold." His words wash over you like water, gentle and soothing, and you feel yourself sinking deeper into that pleasant state between waking and sleeping. The grass is soft beneath you, the air is cool and clean, and the distant sound of the falls provides a constant, comforting backdrop to the detective's quiet voice. I have faced many adversaries in my career, Holmes continues, his voice taking on a dreamy, reflective quality. Men of great cunning, of terrible intelligence turned toward dark purposes. I have matched wits with the most brilliant criminal minds of our age, have pursued them through the shadowed streets of London and across the breadth of Europe. There have been times when the chase seemed all-consuming, when I could think of nothing but the pursuit, the capture, the final confrontation. He pauses, drawing slowly on his pipe, the ember flaring briefly with a soft crackle before the smoke drifts lazily upward in delicate silvery ribbons, dissolving into the warm golden air that shimmers with late afternoon light. But here, in this place, he says, his voice low and steady, carrying just enough to rise above the hush of the wind. All of that seems very far away. The urgency, the tension, the constant vigilance. They have no foothold here, no echo in these ancient stones. The mountains do not care about crimes committed in distant cities, nor do they judge the hearts of men. The waterfalls do not pause in their eternal descent to ponder justice or vengeance, to weigh guilt or innocence. They simply are, unchanging, unconcerned, magnificent in their indifference. And there is a profound, humbling lesson in that unyielding simplicity. You feel your eyes growing heavier, the lids drooping despite your quiet resolve to remain alert. The sky above seems to pulse gently with diffused light, as if the world itself is breathing, slow, deep, rhythmic. Inhale and exhale in and out, a cadence your own breath unconsciously mirrors. Watson will write about this, I expect, Holmes muses, his voice softening further, growing more distant, like a thought spoken half in dream. He will shape it into one of his dramatic tales, full of looming danger, last-minute escapes, desperate struggles against the unknown. That is his gift, his lens. He sees the adventure in everything, the quiet heroism, the hidden drama. And perhaps he's right to do so. Perhaps that is what people need to hear, what they long to believe, that even in stillness there is story and in silence meaning. The detective falls silent for a long, unhurried moment, the kind that stretches like a held breath. You hear only the whisper of wind threading through tall, sun-bleached grass, the faint, far-off murmur of water sliding over ancient stone, and the slow, steady cadence of your own breathing, deep, unforced, anchoring you to the warm earth beneath. But the truth, he continues, so quietly now that his words seem woven into the breeze itself, barely louder than a thought. The truth is simpler and perhaps more beautiful than any case I've ever closed. The truth is that sometimes a man simply walks to a waterfall, stands in its mist, admires the view, and then walks back down the mountain again, unhurried, unburdened. That sometimes the greatest mystery is not one to be solved with logic or evidence, but one to be appreciated in stillness, the mystery of peace, of quiet contentment, of knowing, truly knowing, when to lay down the chase and simply rest. Your eyes close fully now, and you make no effort to open them again. Behind your closed lids, the golden light of the afternoon lingers like an afterimage, warm and diffuse. You can still feel the soft, yielding grass beneath you, cradling your weight, and the cool mountain air brushing gently across your face like a soothing hand. Holmes's voice continues, a low, gentle murmur that blends seamlessly with the distant rhythm of the falls, the sigh of the wind, and the quiet, living pulse of the mountain itself. I have spent my life in the pursuit of truth, he says, his tone reflective, almost confessional, unraveling lies, exposing deception, bringing order to chaos with relentless precision. But perhaps the greatest truth I have ever discovered is this, that there is no shame in rest, no weakness in peace, that a man can be strong and still choose gentleness, that the bravest act is sometimes simply to stop, to breathe deeply, to let go, and to allow the world to be just for a moment exactly as it is. The world grows softer around you. The boundaries between yourself and the meadow and the mountain beginning to blur and dissolve. You are aware of Holmes's presence nearby, a quiet guardian watching over your rest. And this awareness is deeply comforting. You know, with the certainty that comes in dreams, that you are completely safe here, that nothing can harm you in this peaceful place. Sleep now, Holmes says, and his voice seems to come from very far away, or perhaps from very deep within. The journey has been long, and you have earned your rest. The mysteries will still be there tomorrow if you choose to seek them. But for now, there is only this, the soft grass, the clean air, the sound of water falling, and the peace that comes when we finally allow ourselves to surrender to it. You feel yourself drifting, floating on that sound, on his words, on the gentle breath of the mountain wind. The light behind your eyelids grows softer, dimmer, taking on the quality of twilight though it is still afternoon. Time has lost all meaning here. There is only the eternal present, the endless now, stretching out in all directions like the alpine meadows themselves. In this liminal space, you're aware of images drifting through your consciousness like clouds across the sky. You see Holmes walking down the mountain path, his stride easy and unhurried, his face turned toward the setting sun. You see the village of Mayring and welcoming him back, the lights in the windows glowing warm and golden against the gathering dusk. You see him sitting by a fire in a comfortable inn, writing a letter to Watson, assuring his friend that all is well, that the Swiss air has done him good, that he's rested and content and thinking of returning to London soon. But these images are distant, dreamlike, unimportant. What matters is here, now, this moment of perfect rest in the alpine meadow. What matters is the deep, peaceful breath you draw in, the slow and easy breath you release. What matters is the sensation of sinking deeper into comfort, into safety, into the kind of sleep that heals and restores and renews. The sound of the falls grows softer now, or perhaps you're simply moving away from it, drifting on currents of rest that carry you down into deeper waters. You're aware of warmth beginning to spread through your limbs, a pleasant heaviness that speaks of muscles relaxing, of tension dissolving, of the body finally receiving permission to let go of all the small vigilances and protections it maintains throughout the day. Holmes's voice comes once more, barely audible now, a whisper carried on the mountain wind. The greatest mystery of all is the mystery of rest, of peace, of allowing oneself to simply be. You have solved it now. Well done. And with those words, you feel the last threads of waking consciousness begin to slip away. The meadow, the mountains, even Holmes himself, all of it begins to fade into a soft, formless darkness that is not frightening but rather infinitely comforting. It is the darkness of deep, dreamless sleep, the darkness of profound rest, the darkness that holds and protects and allows the body and mind to do the work of restoration that can only happen when we finally, fully let go. You are aware in some distant dream-softened way that you have slipped deeply asleep now, so deeply that the sharp edges of the waking world feel impossibly far away, like memories from another lifetime. Yet there is no anxiety in this gentle realization, no flicker of fear or unrest. There is only a quiet, welling gratitude, a profound peace, and the deep, bone-level satisfaction of a body and mind that have finally, truly, found the rest they so desperately needed. The mountains stand watch over your sleep, eternal sentinels, patient and unmovable, their ancient hills cloaked in twilight shadow, kind in their silent guardianship. The falls continue their endless, unbroken descent, silver threads plunging into the void, singing their timeless lullaby in a voice older than language. Above, the sky deepens from gold to indigo, and the stars begin to emerge one by one, soft pinpricks of light, like gentle thoughts drifting through the vast, quiet mind of the world. And somewhere in all of this, in the yielding softness of the grass beneath your back, in the cool, clean mountain air filling your lungs, in the distant rhythmic murmur of water, you rest, deeply, peacefully, completely. The mystery of the Reichenbach Falls has been solved not through deduction, pursuit, or dramatic confrontation, but through surrender. A quiet acceptance, the simple, brave act of lying down in a high mountain meadow and allowing sleep, honest, unresisting, healing sleep to claim you at last. Holmes sits nearby a while longer, keeping his quiet vigil, ensuring that your rest is undisturbed. Then, when he is satisfied that you're safely lost in dreams, he rises quietly, gathers his things, and begins the gentle walk back down the mountain. His footsteps make no sound on the soft earth. His passage disturbs nothing. He's like a thought, like a memory, like the last whisper of consciousness before sleep takes hold completely, and you sleep on, deeply and dreamlessly, cradled by the mountains, lulled by the falls, held safe in the arms of perfect peace. The evening deepens into night, and still you sleep. The stars wheel slowly overhead, and still you sleep. The world turns, the seasons change, but in this timeless place, in this eternal moment, you simply rest and rest and rest.